of glaucoma.
Complex issues, breaking down the numbers and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Well, many thanks if you're just joining us. This is still Inside Health on Signature TV, and the topic is glaucoma, the silent thief of vision. Our guest, like I mentioned earlier, is an expert. He is a consultant ophthalmologist. He is also the General Secretary, Nigerian Medical Association, ENUGU chapter, Dr. Chima Edoga. Good morning, Dr. Edoga. Thank you for coming back to talk with us on this show.
Good afternoon. Sorry. Good afternoon, viewers.
Good afternoon. I should take a cue from you. Good afternoon. All right, so it's International Glaucoma Week, where, of course, there's a lot of awareness about glaucoma. So I want you to explain to us what exactly is glaucoma, because it's some sort of a buzzword in the health ecosystem. Everybody talks about glaucoma, but a very limited number of people know exactly what it entails to have glaucoma. So to a non-medical ear, all right, so what is glaucoma?
Okay, thank you very much. Glaucoma is a group of eye diseases that affect the part of the eye that is known as the optic nerve. The optic nerve is a nerve that relays everything someone sees from the eyes to the brain.
Okay.
So that's the nerve. So we know that the brain controls different activities of the human being. So you have different nerves. So the glaucoma particularly affects the optic nerve.
Okay.
So this glaucoma is a big problem that made the entire world to dedicate a whole week, usually the second week of the month of March, to raise awareness concerning this problem, which damages irreversibly. That is why it is a big problem. It causes irreversible vision loss, and if it is not prevented, it will give you irreversible blindness. So vision loss is that your vision will go down, and blindness is that you are not able to see with your eye, in layman's terms. So basically, glaucoma is a group of diseases. There are different types, but they generally lead to the damage of that nerve that connects your brain to your eyes, and is a progressive disease, is an irreversible disease. So why it is called the silent thief of vision is that most of the times, the commonest one, when somebody has it, they may not know. So they will be losing their vision in small amounts. They will not know. They will losing their vision. They may just feel as if something is just until maybe when they suddenly notice that maybe one eye cannot see again, because some patients that come to us, how they got to know that their eyes, or one of the eyes, because it's usually what they call asymmetric, meaning that it affects both eyes but affects one eye more than the other. So maybe playing with the child mistakenly covers the good eye, and suddenly the person just realizes there and there that other eye cannot see again. Because what happens is that when you open your two eyes, there is an overlap between the vision of the right eye and the vision eye. So there is some form of compensation. So if you have problem with a side of maybe your left eye, the right eye may be compensated for it if the two eyes are open, and you will not know. So how you will know is you cover your right eye. So I want to encourage our viewers, from time to time, you can do these tests. You can just use the palm of your hand, cover one eye, see what's the field of vision. Because glaucoma affects the peripheral vision before it affects the central vision. So, for instance, if somebody notices that sometimes they'll be stumbling on the side of chairs, they won't see the chairs on the side, and they will just stumble and kick the chair. So it's a sign, but at that time, the glaucoma has already
Progressed.
advanced. Then you see drivers, they will not be seeing cars by the side of their side, and they are maybe having constant accidents. You know, it gives you an idea that peripheral vision is lost. So glaucoma usually affects the vision in the periphery and then continues until it enters into the center of the vision and then affects the center of the vision.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, there are other types of eye defects or eye issues. There's astigmatism, there's myopia, there's long-sightedness. I've forgotten what is called a medical term, but there are a lot of eye issues. How can you distinguish glaucoma from those other eye issues?
Okay. The ones you've mentioned now, they are known as refractive error.
What does that mean?
So refractive error is that your eyes are not refracting objects that are placed in front of it well. If it is myopia, it means that the object that is placed in front of the eye is focused in front of the retina. The retina is the back of the eye that receives the images of objects. If it is
like a mirror.
Yes, like a mirror. So if it is long-sightedness, the object is focused behind the retina. So now, if for you to have clear vision, that object has to be focused by your eye on the retina for that object to appear clearly. So you now see people who have myopia, they will only be seeing things that are close. So when you put things far from them, they will not see because that object is going to be focused in front of the eye. So it will be blurred. If it is long-sightedness, they're able to see long things, but when you are bringing it closer, the images will be focused behind the eye. So now, those type of patients, what they require spectacles. I don't know maybe whether the one you are wearing, you know, has a correction.
Yes,
so
it does.
it can be reversed, it can be corrected, whether it is short-sightedness, which is called myopia, or whether it is long-sightedness, which is called hypermetropia or hyperopia, or if you have astigmatism. So then you also have the one that affects people once they get to the age of 40 years. They develop what they call presbyopia, meaning that they require glasses to be able to read small prints, like prints on small Bible, small newspaper, you know. So those ones are reversible. Then you also have the one they call cataracts. It happens to people, it can happen to a child, but most often it happens to people who are old, you know, 40, 45 years. The lens inside the eye begins to whiten. Most people, once they get to 40, 45, have some level of cataract. But some people can tolerate their own and it doesn't impact on their vision. But those that it impacts on their vision, they will require to do surgery. And that surgery, when it is done by a trained eye doctor called an ophthalmologist, he can reverse the vision loss and the person regain the vision. So you can see that all these ones I've mentioned are reversible. You know, they are things that you can do something and the person will have a vision restoration. But glaucoma is different. Glaucoma is progressive and irreversible. And the treatment is to either stop the progression or to reduce the progression. You cannot reverse the damage.
It's actually about management.
That it causes. So that is what differentiates glaucoma from the other eye problem. You also have other eye problem that causes progressive vision loss, but they are not as common as glaucoma. Glaucoma is very common, and surprisingly, people in West Africa, you know, have a high prevalence. So you have more people from West Africa having a high prevalence. Then when you come to West Africa, you have more people of Igbo origin.
Really?
That's,
according to research?
Yes, that have a problem from glaucoma. So it's something that, you know, strikes home. You can rarely see a family that does not have one person or more having this problem of glaucoma. So it's a very, very important public health issue, which people need to be aware of and need to, especially if you have a family member who has glaucoma. So now, if you have a family member who has glaucoma, your risk increases by 2 to 4 times. So just by having a family member.
We'll get to that in a bit.
Yeah.
Now, why is glaucoma? I know you have spoken to this in the course of our discussion so far, but I want you to expand on it. Why is glaucoma silent? Why is it called a silent thief? It's a thief, nonetheless, but it is silent. So why is it called a silent thief of vision?
Okay, so the silence is that, okay, if you use a thief, when a thief comes into the house, it makes noise. It can wake you up, and you know that the thief is in the house. But when the thief has mastered the art of silence,
stealth,
the thief can actually steal things from your house, and you'll be sleeping. You will not wake up. Okay, the thief may even go by, maybe come by 1 a.m., steal, go, come back around 2 a.m., silently steal, go. He continue to come back until maybe 5 a.m. and when he finishes, you just close the door and all and just go. So when the person wakes up, the person may not even know that something was stolen until maybe when the person needs it. The person will now see that something was stolen. So in the same vein, when glaucoma is damaging the eye, it damages it quietly. So in the nerve that I talked about, the optic nerve, it has maybe around 1 million fibers. So you have small fibers or ropes inside the nerve. So it will be damaging the fibers every day. In fact, it's actually on a per second, per minute, per hour, but it is damaging it little by little. But because the eye has a very large reserve, so even if the eye is damaged by 50%, you will still be seeing because of the fidelity of the eye. But when you now subject the eye to scrutiny, tests in the eye clinic, those defects will begin to show. But normal day-to-day activity, you may not know it. So that is why it is silent, because it steals the vision little by little, that the person that is having the problem may not even know until it is too late.
Absolutely.
So that is why it got that name, silent thief of vision.
Now, you did mention that there's a higher prevalence among the black folk and even higher among those from the Igbo extract. So, and I'm looking at the name glaucoma. I don't know the roots, word for glaucoma. I'm also thinking glucose, glaucoma, glucose. Do you think it's because of our high consumption of starch and sugar that could be a predisposing factor?
Okay, in disease processes, there's what they call nurture and there's what they call nature. So for nurture is your environment, the food you consume, and your lifestyle. So those are the things that constitute nurture. Nature is usually genetic. They can be found in your genes. There are millions of genetic material that is stored in every cell. For glaucoma, is mostly genetic than nurture. So you also have other types that can develop through maybe trauma. If somebody hits your eye, you can develop glaucoma from it. But the normal, natural processes for glaucoma are usually of genetic origin. So there has been several tests. Take for instance, if you give birth to twins that are identical, so when you look at them, there is nothing to differentiate one from the other. You keep one in Nigeria and then take one to, let's say, the West that has very good weather, very good economy and all. And the family history of those twins has a lot of glaucoma. Maybe the mother has glaucoma and their father has glaucoma, and they have that gene to develop glaucoma. Even though you have changed environments, even though you have changed the food they eat, the probability of two of them getting glaucoma is almost the same, with different environment, because they are identical, they share similar genetic makeup. So that goes to show you that the problem of glaucoma is more genetic than it is maybe environmental or what we eat. Now, there was a study that was done in 2005, 2007. It was a national study. It
has to be a longitudinal study for it to last that long.
Yes. It took like 2 years. So this study had people that they checked their eyes across the country, the 6 geopolitical zones of the country. And you know that the Igbo tribe, for instance, are predominantly located in the southeast. even though they are also located in other parts of Nigeria. So when they finished their study, they discovered that people who were from the southeast had more problem associated with glaucoma, and the south is ranked #1 in terms of visual impairment that was coming from glaucoma. And it is a big problem because one is that if you know that you belong to a tribe that has a higher risk of having glaucoma, that means you should be able to go and have your eyes tested. So eye test is not an expensive thing to do. Sometimes you have free screenings, but at other times you can just walk into a clinic, either a government clinic or a private clinic, and just tell them that you want to screen your eyes for glaucoma, especially if you know that you are a black, or maybe you are Igbo, or you have a family history. And then in family history, we have different ways of categorizing family history. We have first degree family relative, we have second degree family relative. So first degree is the relative that is directly linked to you. So you have the vertical one, that is the people that give birth to you, the mother and the father. Then you have your siblings, your brothers, your sisters, so they are first degree. Then your children, they're also your first degree relatives. So if you have any of these people having it, then you now have second degree, your aunties, your uncles, your cousins. So because there is this thing with genetic diseases, they can skip generation. So you could have a situation whereby a parent may not give it to their child, but their child is carrying that gene, but they are not expressing it. So when they give birth to the next generation, then that next generation will have it. So when we usually ask questions in the clinic, we want to find out, is there any history of blindness in the family? Not just your parents, but even your uncles, your aunties, your grandparents, because sometimes it skips generation, but most of the times it does not skip generation. So you have different variants in the genes, and but we are actively studying it so that we could actually, assuming somebody does a genetic study, you will know whether you have the gene that predisposes you to glaucoma, so that if you may be thinking of doing a glaucoma test once every year, because you may have the gene, you may not decide to be doing it once every 3 months.
Yeah.
So, that time is coming where people can map their genes and know whether they have genes that predispose to glaucoma or not, because there are several of those genes that have been mapped. Brilliant. So we are currently doing some genetic studies from people of African origin, people of Igbo origin, and we are discovering that there are some genetic makeup of some of these people that predispose them to having glaucoma.
Oh, genetics is truly an interesting phenomenon, and genetic mapping is not cheap. So I'm wondering, but that is not where I'm going to.
Yeah.
You have talked about genetics, you've talked about your race, talking about predisposing factors. Are there other,
factors,
minimal factors that can predispose one to glaucoma?
So one is age. Everybody, as you're growing, you're getting older. So usually when you get to 40, 45, your risk for having glaucoma, goes up. Glaucoma can affect any age group, but usually affects the older age group. We have had situations of children who are less than 1 year who develop glaucoma. So because their eyes are still growing, so you have an increase in the eye pressure, because it's one of the features of glaucoma, but it's not compulsory that your pressure must be high. But most glaucoma, especially the one they call the primary open angle glaucoma, the pressures are usually high. So now the child has the one they call congenital glaucoma. So the pressure in the eye gets high.
Congenital means that the mother probably passed it on to the child?
But it came with the child. The child is born with it. So it begins to manifest at that tender age. So the pressure in the eye begins to increase because the eye is still growing. So the eye will become big. So
what do you mean by big? Physically?
Yes.
Bulgy?
Yes. So the child will have big eyes. So in the eye you have the white part of the eye, and then you have the black part of the eye. So you notice that the black part of this eye is actually bigger than maybe other children of their age. So when you begin to notice such things, then it can also become a little bit blue, that black part of the eye will become a little bit blue. Why? Because the pressure in the eye accumulates. It makes the front part of the eye not to be clear. It makes it to be cloudy. And that cloudy gives you that sense of bluish discoloration.
You know,
so
some people will see it as a beauty mark or something.
No.
Blue-eyed black person.
No. If you discover that, especially for a young child, increase in size of the eye is bulging, you discover that the front of the eye is a little bit hazy, then the child is tearing. You know, so those three signs is highly suggestive that you may be dealing with a congenital glaucoma. Then you also have the one that affects people that grow old normally. And then you have the one that I mentioned that is as a result of trauma. So you could have maybe people who maybe they hit their eye when they are younger. They can develop glaucoma after 10, 15 years. You know, so that type, you know, it has its own name. So I mentioned the genes, I've mentioned age, I've also mentioned trauma. Then you also have other things, other abnormalities that may develop in the eye that may predispose the patient to develop.
So you're saying diet is not one of it?
Is not a good association. Diet can give you what they call optic atrophy, especially if you are lacking some particular vitamin B's in your diet. So that one is not glaucoma, but it still damages the optic nerve, which is the wire that connects the eye to the brain. So especially people that smoke or people that take alcohol. People that take alcohol, they forget to eat or they lose appetite. So they usually develop problems with their vitamins. And you have some vitamins that are essential for nerves to transmit without any problem. So if you don't take those vitamins in your food, you are going to...
What are some of those vitamins?
You have mostly the vitamin B complex. You know, you have the vitamin B12, vitamin B6. There are different vitamins in vitamin B. So vitamin B in particular. Then vitamin A is not necessarily connected with glaucoma. It's important for you to develop your vision, especially vision in the night. So if you don't have good vitamin B in your diet over time, you can develop night blindness. It can also make your cornea, the front part of your eye, to become very weak. And you have what they call beetle spots or malacia. So those ones happen in children who are severely malnourished and don't have that vitamin A in their diet. So vitamins or baby diet is not usually that's associated with glaucoma. So these are the common causes or common predisposing factors to glaucoma. You also have some of the things, but these are the major predisposing factors to somebody developing glaucoma.
All right, there's this question I'm going to ask you before we go call for a break. So I'll need you to just answer it as quickly as you can. Now, there's people that you look into their eyes and you see some kind of growths, you know, encroach from the white of the eye to the black part of the eye. Is that glaucoma? Is that a symptom of glaucoma, a physical symptom of glaucoma?
No. So that one is called pterygium, Pteryggium, or it can also be pingueculum. So those ones usually occur in the middle part of the eye because that's the part of the eye that is exposed when you are seeing.
Okay.
Usually people that live in the tropics, so UV lights and all. So, but those ones only happen on the top of the eye. It doesn't affect the optic nerve. So it's not one of the signs or features of glaucoma. It's a different disease condition.
Okay. Let me take you back to the predisposing factors. Are there some sicknesses or some ailments that can predispose one to glaucoma? For example, there's this talk that diabetes can actually cause eye issues. So are there some ailments that can predispose an individual to glaucoma?
Yes, so now I was talking mostly about primary causes. So you now have secondary causes.
Okay.
So for instance, diabetes, if you don't control the blood sugar well, it can damage different organs and different systems in the body. And one of the organs that diabetes can damage are the eyes. So what diabetes does is that it makes your eyes to have problem with the blood vessels. And then the blood vessels will bleed. You have new blood vessels. And these blood vessels can go to the angle of the eye, which is the part of the eye that drains water away from the eye. So when it blocks the angle of the eye, the pressure in the eye begins to accumulate. And when the pressure accumulates, they will now damage the optic nerve and now give you glaucoma. So it's not a primary thing, it's a secondary thing. So when you have these conditions that damage or increase the eye pressure, they can give you glaucoma. So those ones are discussed under secondary glaucoma. So they are different. Then for primary glaucoma, it can either happen when the child is born, congenital, or it. Then you also have the one they call acute angle closure. So those ones are usually dramatic. You know, maybe somebody is having a closed angle. Remember the angle where the water drains from the eyes. Okay, maybe after the break we can discuss that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much. All right, so we are still talking glaucoma, the silent thief of vision, and we still have Dr. Chima Edoga in the studio. Let's go for a short break, and when we get back, we'll start discussing real life experiences with glaucoma. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Many thanks for still staying with us. Don't forget, we are still discussing glaucoma in commemoration of International Glaucoma Week. All right, Doc, before we went on the break, you were talking about a particular type of glaucoma. Can you finish up with it before we call up our real life experiences with the eye issue?
Okay, so the glaucoma broadly is divided into two types. So you have the open angle and then you have the closed angle. So there is a part of the eye that is called the angle. So the eye produces fluid or water in the back of the eye, and then it moves through. If you look at somebody's eyes, there is a small hole in the center of the eye that when you shine light, it will close. When you remove light, it will open up. So that's called the pupil. So the water moves from the back of the eye through the pupil into the front of the eye, and then moves away through the angles. So now the angles can be open, the angles can be closed, or the angles can be what they call occludable. That means they can easily close. They are open, but open to a small extent. They have the ones that are very open and they cannot close. So now, if somebody has, usually graded from maybe 0 to 4, somebody has like 1 or 2, then the person has occludable angle. So now, if, for instance, the person is in a dark room, you know, when you're in a dark room, your eyes, your pupil will dilate. And when they dilate, your angles are more closed when they dilate. So they may notice that when they are in a dark room, they are having pains in their eyes. So it's one of the things that may suggest that they have some form of closed angle. When you are in a dark room and you are trying to see and your eyes are paining, you may need to come for an eye test to know whether your angles are closed. So people that have that type of glaucoma is that normally they are having very good vision. Suddenly they start having severe pain, and the pain may be so intense that they may even begin to vomit. So that one is usually acute onset. Acute in terms of that it happens within seconds to minutes to hours, unlike glaucoma that can happen over years. That's the open angle type. So that one usually bring the patient to the hospital immediately. It comes with headache, the eyes will be red, the vision will drop, the eye may even become cloudy. So those ones are acute. They show up immediately. And when the person comes, we make a diagnosis of glaucoma and then we begin to treat.
Okay, so we have some real life experiences that we gleaned from, the internet. I'm going to just run through it and see some lessons that we can draw from that. So this is from Aisha. She's from Kaduna State. She's 42 years old. She's a mother of two. She says she has always been careful with her health, but never thought much about her eyes. Then one day while at work, she noticed a dark spot in her vision, in her peripheral vision. Well, at first she shrugged it off as fatigue, but the spot gradually grew larger. She decided to visit an optometrist, right, who recommended seeing a specialist. And after a few tests, Aisha was diagnosed with glaucoma, a condition she had never heard of, before now. So Aisha's doctor explained that her high intraocular pressure was damaging her optic nerve, and while she had already lost some vision, treatment could still help preserve what was left. Just like you said, you just reduce the progression. Okay, so though the news was frightening, Aisha felt relieved knowing that with proper management, her vision could be preserved. And this was us trying to summarize the whole story. Now, Aisha's glaucoma was caught relatively early. Would you agree with that? And what are some other signs that someone could look out for early so as to, ensure early detection and, good prognosis at the end of the day?
Okay, so like in the beginning of the program, I gave a simple test that somebody can do. So it's something that you can do from your house. You could check, close one eye, check, know what your eyes can see. Not just the clarity of what you can see, but the extent of your vision. So if for instance, you know the extent of your vision and you know the clarity of your vision, and you check your eyes maybe once every week, once every month, if it is beginning to go down, you are going to notice that either the field is diminishing or the clarity of object is going down. So it's a simple test that anybody can do, and you have to do it one eye at a time, because the right eye assists the left eye if both eyes are open, and vice versa, the left eye assists the right eye. So you do it one test, one eye at a time. So that is one. Two, if your glaucoma is the one that has high pressures, you may be having eye pains.
They mentioned Aisha had high intraocular pressure. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, so you may be having eye pains. Intraocular pressure that is normal usually ranges from around 10 to 21. But some people that have maybe 18, 17, they can also have glaucoma, even though it's within what is normal. So for you, some people may even have 25 and it is normal for them. So you now have other type of glaucoma that they call normal tension and high tension. So the high tension glaucoma has high pressure, while the normal tension has normal tension. So you now see that it's not just a function of the eye pressure. So if somebody has that eye pressure and it's very high, it may begin to pain the person, may begin to give the person headache. But most times it doesn't pain, it doesn't give the person headache, except maybe when it has gone to the end stage where the pressures may become too high. So they usually call them malignant glaucoma. So glaucoma usually starts and is mild, then it progresses to become moderate, and it progresses to become severe or advanced, and then it now progresses to end stage. So it's difficult to detect glaucoma at mild stage. If somebody that is very careful and knows their eye may detect it at moderate stage, but most people present to the eye clinic at severe or advanced stages. So that is why that glaucoma is very dangerous, because people find it difficult to detect when it is mild and when it is. So the story that you gave, so it's called that dark patch is maybe it was a part of the visual field, because your visual field, you have the upper part of the visual field for every eye, you have the lower parts, you have the outer parts, and then you have the inner parts. So it's divided into quadrants. So maybe the part of the nerve that is observing that quadrant became damaged, severely damaged, that she was able to now see dark patches in that spot. So that triggered her to come and seek for help. So she already having damage in that quadrant. Maybe other quadrants may be okay. So that is why they categorize hers as mild. But maybe one was more damaged than the other. Because what happens in glaucoma, like I said in the beginning, is that you have a constriction of your visual field. So you are not seeing things that are happening on the outside. So there's a simple test we do, because if you want to analyze the visual field, it's either you use a machine or you can use your hand. So you could close your one eye like this and keep your finger from outside, and then be wriggling it, just be looking straight, and then be bringing your finger. If you have to bring your finger so close to the center for you to be able to see the wriggling finger, that means you have lost peripheral vision. So it's one of the simple things that somebody can do at home. So you do it one eye at a time. You can do it from this side, you do it from up, you do it from down. So it is good that you do it so that you know what your visual field is at the moment. Then from time to time, you're doing it. So if you now notice that your finger has to come closer
really
to the middle for you to see, that means you are losing your peripheral vision. So you need to come.
Brilliant. Talking about what people need to do for themselves, in terms of their eye care, there's this advice. There's this length of hours you should watch television, or you should use your phones, or you should use computer devices generally. What's your advice, and can it actually increase the progression of glaucoma by spending long hours on your devices, on your television?
Okay, spending long hours, what it will do is it will give you eye strain. It may make you to develop presbyopia earlier. Presbyopia, like I said in the beginning, you can develop it at around 40 years. So when you strain your eyes, you may develop it lesser. So most people, once you get to 40 or around 40, 38, 39, 41, 42, you will notice that you are not able to see small objects, except if you push it far from your eyes, or you use torchlight. So you notice that they are requiring more light to be able to read. So they have developed presbyopia. So what we advise is that you should have breaks. You should have breaks in between your reading. You shouldn't read 2 hours, more than 2 hours stretch. You should be able to stop, use like 20 minutes, rest your eyes, look far, look close. So those things is to just make your eyes more comfortable.
So how you rest your eyes is you go outside probably.
You go outside, try and see further objects, then see near objects. Just relax, remove your eyes from what you are doing. Then you come back and continue what you are doing, but you must be able to break it. And when you are using screens, because people use screens a lot, so the screens emit the type of light they call blue light. So blue light causes more eye strain, and it can also damage the eyes. So some people use, either you use dark mode. Most devices have dark mode.
Dark mode.
Yes, so dark mode is good because it removes the blue light. You only see in black and white, and is more comfortable, calmer on the eyes. Some people in the past, they used to use screen guards or screen protectors. And then some phones also have settings that you can do to reduce the amount of blue light that is coming from your eyes. So those are things that people can do at home.
Moving on, tell us about, because there are several treatments for glaucoma. Well, for lack of a better word, but it's management, not treatment. It can be treated. Now, tell us about surgery. You're an ophthalmologist, a consultant ophthalmologist. How has the prognosis been generally when an individual comes to the point where it has to be surgery? Take us through the process, and what is the prognosis?
Okay, before I go into the treatment, we have to make a diagnosis of this thing. So diagnosis entails doing what they call a visual acuity. Sometimes they can have good visual acuity, then their visual field is impaired, like I was talking about. They will measure their eye pressure, then we dilate their eyes. If the pressure is not high, we look into the eye and check whether the optic nerve is damaged or not. Then we give the patient to do some tests like they call pachymetry. Then there is one they call optical coherence tomography. They call it OCT. So when you are done and you have made diagnosis of glaucoma, you now know whether you are going to start the person on drugs, or whether you are going to do laser, or whether you are going to do surgery. So we usually start on drugs first, especially if the pressures are not that high, because there are different drugs that we have that can control the pressure. If the pressure is not well controlled with drugs, we can also try laser. Laser can also be tried before drugs. It depends on the decision of the doctor vis-a-vis the costs, and whether the patient can actually bear, because some of these things are not cheap. Then for the surgery is a very good option, especially for young patients. We usually recommend surgery for young patients. So people that are less than 20, less than 30, and they have glaucoma, and their glaucoma is far advanced, we recommend surgery for them, other than treatments. In the interim, we can give them laser treatment while they are waiting to be optimized for surgery. So surgery, they have different surgeries. You have the word that is known as minimally invasive glaucoma surgery, mix. You also have the one they call trabeculectomy. You have the one that they call tubes. And then you have other types that you can use laser to reduce the formation of fluid in the eye, thereby reducing the eye pressure. So those are the different kinds of surgery, but the commonest one is the trabeculectomy, where you are creating a different passage for that water that is in the eye, so that the water will be able to be coming out from the eye and then
reduce the pressure.
Reducing the pressure, yeah.
Right.
So we have different experiences with glaucoma. Some people do well after glaucoma surgery. Some people do not do so well, but you cannot say that somebody meets the requirement for surgery and you not offer the person surgery, because the person is going to lose their sight. Because for you to need surgery, for that decision to be made, like I said, very young, or your pressures are not being controlled by either the drugs or maybe laser, then you require it, because if you don't do it, you are going to lose your vision.
Yeah. All right, I would like to ask you about the affordability, but we're going to go on a short break because we are going to be busting some myths. You are going to be busting some myths, because there are some notions and mentalities out there that might not be so correct about glaucoma. So we'll go on a short break. I thank you for still staying with us. And when we get back, the doc in the house is going to be busting some myths around glaucoma. Please stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Thanks for still staying with us. We are still talking glaucoma, the silent thief of vision. Now, Doc, how affordable is glaucoma surgery in 1 minute?
Okay, it varies. You can go to a government hospital, it may be cheaper. It will be more expensive when you go to a private hospital. However, there are some private hospitals that you can also get it relatively, So I don't know what is cheap and what is what's expensive, So, but what I want to encourage people is, first of all, if you think that you have, or if you know that you have, one, you are already up to 40, you have a family history of glaucoma, you come and check. Some people don't require surgery. They require eye drops, that they'll be using every day for the rest of their lives, because it's a chronic disease. So those eye drops, some of them are manufactured in Nigeria. Some are imported from other countries. So the imported ones are usually more expensive than those that are manufactured within, because of exchange rates. For the surgery, there are some centers they call high volume centers, that do 40, 50, 60 surgeries a day. So because they are doing high volume, they may lower the cost of their surgeries. So the patient is going to get the surgeries at a relatively cheaper rate than, but I'm not going to be mentioning specifics of amounts on the news, because some people may not maybe feel that it's too expensive for them. So what we just encourage them is to come to a hospital that has an ophthalmologist and get your eye screened. And if you have it, you'll be given options. Yeah, depending on factors like your age, the extent of the disease, even for instance, we offer surgery to people who have advanced glaucoma who are not able to continue on their drugs, because the drugs, they add up over time. I'll give us an example. If maybe all your drugs will come to around 15,000 naira every month, in a year, it will be 180,000 naira in a year. Some people may not afford to be using 180,000 naira every year on just the eye drops. They need to eat food, they need to pay for their children's school fees and all. But with that same amount or even lesser, you can have surgery done and you may not require to use medications again. Or even if you require it, you may not require the number that you are using before.
Okay. All right, so we actually have time for a couple of myths for you to bust, 2 or 3 of them. Number 1 myth: if you have glaucoma, you will definitely go blind. Is that a myth or is it a fact?
It is not a fact, it's a myth.
Okay, can you expand a little bit?
If you control your glaucoma, you are not going to progress like if you are not receiving treatment. So the main fact is for you to reduce progression, because it's a progressive disease if you don't do anything to it. So now the treatment is to stop the progression or to slow the progression. So if, for instance, the person was programmed genetically to get blind at 50 years, and the person comes to us at 30, we discover the person has glaucoma. We begin to monitor this person, and the person is compliant with the treatment options the person is given. The person may still be seen at 70, 80 years of age, even though genetically the person was programmed to become blind at a much earlier age. So the myth is not that you must lose your vision, no.
Okay.
If you manage it well, the problem is that people do not stick to their treatment regimen. You give them 2 months appointments, they come after 2 years. So and within that time they don't come, they may not be using their medications, or they may not be using it well, even though you are using it, maybe because of some consideration like cost. Somebody may be on 3 medications and does not have funds to buy all the 3, but may just buy 1. Yes, the person is taking glaucoma medications in quotes, but the person is not getting the best out of the treatment, and the person may still be having progression of their glaucoma.
And finally, in 1 minute, glaucoma causes nerve pain.
Nerve pain?
Yes.
Nerve pain, I would say that it causes nerve pain.
Maybe talking about the nerves in the eyes, the supply to the eyes, so causing some kind of pain around the eyes.
If the pressures become high, either in the acute type or in the open type that the pressure is high, yes, it may give you pain, it may stretch the eye, and the nerves that are part of the nerves that sense stretch, they may interpret it as pain. So like acute type, once the pressure goes high, person start having severe pain in the eye, headaches, and also yes, glaucoma can give you nerve pain. But what about the ones that is normal tension and that does not have high? So it's not pain. Is not pain. Is not.
Shouldn't be the
yes, because you may be waiting to have pain. You may never have pain, and your glaucoma has advanced to very bad stage.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Chimedoga. Always a pleasure to have you come and expound on some issues. I'm afraid that's the much we can take today on our topic, glaucoma, the silent thief of vision. I'm sure you must have gleaned a thing or 2 to help you in taking care of your eye. Don't forget, health is your wealth. Take charge of your health. I'm your host, Chigichi Agorom, and bye for now. Hello everyone, welcome to Gender Perspectives on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha and I am delighted to have you with me today. We're in for a treat with quite an interesting topic I'm sure you can relate to, as well as an enlightening interaction with our amazing guest for your viewing pleasure. I can't wait to share this with you. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll get right into it.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. You are watching Gender Perspectives on Signature TV. Our discussion today, we shall be looking at body positivity. Now, body positivity refers to the assertion that all people deserve a positive body image regardless of how society and popular culture view ideal shape, size, and appearance. It involves loving your body and feeling good about how it looks. While body positivity has become increasingly popular, people are often confused about exactly what it means. Let's get more insight into it.
Body positivity is a social and political movement that challenges traditional beauty standards and promotes the acceptance of all bodies, regardless of size, shape, ability, gender, or race. It encourages individuals to love and appreciate their bodies as they are, rather than striving for unrealistic ideals of beauty. The roots of body positivity can be traced back to several earlier social movements such as fat acceptance movement which challenged the medicalization of fatness and advocated for the rights and dignity of larger-bodied individuals. It emphasized that health is not solely determined by weight and that people of all sizes can be healthy. Disability rights movement which highlighted the importance of self-acceptance and embracing diverse bodies, including those with disabilities. It promoted the idea that all bodies are valuable, regardless of their abilities. Feminist movement which challenged traditional gender roles and beauty standards, which often placed unrealistic expectations on women's bodies. It explored how these standards can negatively impact women's self-esteem and mental health. Key principles of body positivity. All bodies are good bodies. This principle emphasizes that every body is worthy of love and respect, regardless of its size, shape, or appearance. Health at every size. This principle recognizes that health is not solely determined by weight or body size, and that people of all sizes can be healthy. Challenging traditional beauty standards. The body positivity movement challenges the narrow and often unattainable beauty standards that are often portrayed in the media and popular culture. It promotes diverse representation and challenges the idea that there is only one ideal body type. Body autonomy. This principle emphasizes that individuals have the right to make choices about their own bodies, without judgment or pressure from others. Self-acceptance. Body positivity encourages individuals to accept and appreciate their bodies as they are, rather than striving for unrealistic ideals of beauty. It promotes self-compassion and a focus on self-care. Impact of body positivity. Improved mental health. Studies have shown that body positivity can improve individuals' mental health by reducing body dissatisfaction and increasing self-esteem. Reduced risk of eating disorders. Body positivity can help to reduce the risk of eating disorders by promoting healthy relationships with food and bodies. Increased self-confidence. Embracing body positivity can help individuals feel more confident in themselves and their abilities. Challenging discrimination. The body positivity movement challenges discrimination based on appearance and promotes a more inclusive and accepting society. In conclusion, the body positivity movement is a significant social and cultural phenomenon with the potential to transform how individuals perceive and relate to their bodies. By addressing the challenges and promoting a nuanced understanding of body positivity, we can create a more inclusive and accepting society where everyone feels valued and respected, regardless of their size, shape, or appearance.
That was very insightful and educative. Body positivity is not just about challenging how society views people based on their physical size and shape, however. It also recognizes that judgments are often made based on a person's race, gender, sexuality, and disability. Now, to further understand body positivity and how it affects both men and women, we have in the studio to drive this conversation a teen coach, Ifon Mawatu. We also, we're supposed to have Mr. David to join her in this conversation. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it due to an emergency. But next week, we're going to have a man and a woman to discuss in the studio. You're welcome to Signature TV studio, Ms. Ifoma. Hello.
Thank you.
Yes, so let's talk about body positivity. What does body positivity mean to you personally?
Okay, to me, body positivity is simply embracing who you are, embracing your body, let's say your physical appearance, irrespective of whether you're short, you're tall, your height, your shape, your size. Just self-acceptance of how God created you, how your body is being made from creation. So to me, body positivity is just embracing who you are and how you are made.
Okay. Do you think the concept of body positivity is different for men and women? And if so, just tell us how.
To an extent, I think yes.
Okay.
You know, there's this picture that people have in mind that this is how a man should look like. And there's this picture of this is how a woman should look like. So that's why most of the times you see there's a way a man will appear, say, you look like a woman, especially when you see a little baby being backed and maybe there's no sign, no hair, that the hair is made, or the person is putting on an earring, and people are like, hey, this baby is looking so fine. They may even say, fine girl, and the mother is like, no, he's a boy. Say, why is he so beautiful, as if he's a girl? So I think body positivity differs, how people see it differs. So that's why some people will not really embrace who they are, because there's this picture already in their mind of how they should look. So I think it differs.
Okay, but I just want to understand, like I said, the concept of body positivity for both men and women. So I want to understand, like, how does it affect the two genders specifically?
Okay, I think it affects the woman more.
Okay.
Like I said earlier, there's a picture people already have in mind that a woman should look like. Most of the times we expect that a lady should, most of the times, be fair, have these curves, you know, a bit, have this kind of at least average height, and all of that. So, but for the men, we expect them to have muscles, have their six-pack, be macho, and all of that. So I think,
okay, yes, of course. So I want to get a bit personal now.
Okay.
Can you share a time when you know, struggled with body image? That is, if you know, you have. Just tell us. You know,
people have different concepts about body image and the challenges they go through.
Yeah.
Personally, I grew up and I found out that I have what they call knock knees, K-leg.
Okay.
Yes, and it affected my self-esteem growing up as a young girl. You know, when you come to school and they're like, see your legs, you're not supposed to wear short skirts, you know, all those kind of negative words. So I was so conscious of myself most of the times, especially when I'm walking on the road and people are looking at me. I feel like they're looking at my legs and all of that. So, but at a point, I started talking to my parents, I started talking to people about it, and I understood it's like, it's something I cannot actually change. It have come to be, and it's not my fault.
Of course.
And since it's not my fault, I have to accept it and live with it. So what do? I have to build my self-confidence. I accepted myself the way I am, and I knew that the K-leg is not just, it's just a part of my body, not all of me. So I decided to love the good part of me, even the legs, because I know that even with the K-leg, my legs are very fine, like very fresh, very smooth, and all of that. So I decided to love the positive part of me and leave out the negative. So again, if you look at me, you see that my dental arrangement, my teeth come forward. So, but when I observed that, I equally observed that I was not only the person having it in my family. I have my siblings, though not all of them, my cousins as well, my uncles. So I now saw it like maybe it's genetic or it's hereditary, it's our family identity. So I knew that some of my family members that I wanted to like go do some things, and then I asked myself, which and which do I? That means all of them have to go. So I have to embrace it. I have to live with it, because even when people were trying to make mockery of it and somehow, but at a point, when I said developing myself, building my inner self, now it's not about my physical body. To a very good extent, as a growing up young girl, I was intelligent in school. So the only thing is that people at a point when I focused on my abilities, that side died down. So people don't even refer to me as the girl with the K-leg. They refer to me as Ifoma, the intelligent girl. And I was, as a young girl, even up to now, I'm very bold and expressive, that if you see me when, except like I'm sitting down, is when I stand up that you know, something is wrong with her legs. I walk with this confidence. So
Yeah.
I had that challenge while growing up, but I have to embrace it.
Wow, that's quite an interesting story. I hope people are learning from this, honestly. Okay, so now we've looked at how you struggled. Can you tell us a time when you felt particularly positive about your body, or a part of you felt particularly good about?
That should be after my higher institution. I went for youth service, so I served in a military hospital. So one day, a copper, she's a copper too, walked up to me and said, "Do you know that my boyfriend likes your legs so much?" Wow. And he's a military man. I said, "Are you serious?" She said the other day they were in the office and they were discussing, they were talking about that girl that has this curve. Because the thing is that the K-leg, I have K-leg, but I have hips. So it's like the K-leg enhanced the shape of my hips. So most of the times when people look at me, they just see it. So she was like, they were just talking about it. They say, out of all the coppers in this place, this girl, your shape, when you wear this, they said you were going to church and the gown you wore. So at that point, though before I was confident about it, but I think that was the turning point for me.
Yes, I'm sure that made you feel so good.
So good, like those days I have to be very selective about what I will wear to work, so that it's just what they will see. So it's not like I was planning to, I was so proud or trying to be pompous or about it, but it made me feel good, like, so actually somebody likes me the way I am, and they are actually talking about it. So I think that was the turning point for me.
And I'm sure since that day you have been...
I've been... my
no time for... Wow, I mean, that's quite interesting.
Yes.
Now, we know that there are several factors that influence how people see themselves and perceive their body image. So let's talk about that. What do you think are those influences?
Let's start from family.
Okay.
We've seen families whereby somebody is somehow looking different from the siblings, and parents are like, we don't know, the shape of our family head is not like this.
Yes.
We have peers, let's say in secondary schools, that's where you see people nickname people because of a particular thing in their body. Calling somebody, your head is like mango, your head is like beans, shape of beans, your eye is like apple, and all of that. So I think that's another one. I also think environment where you find yourself. I won't mention the name, but there's a place I know that before they employ you, you have to have this particular body shape, complexion, and height.
Really?
Yeah. Even in the religious organizations, there are some departments you cannot function in because of the way you look. So these are the factors that make people feel the way they feel about their body, especially negatively.
Yeah.
You know, you feel like, I desire to be here, but because I am short, or because I am too big, or because I'm dark, I can't be part of these people. So I think these are few.
Let's look at social media, because that is one very...
Yes,
one
social media
exactly,
too. I forgot to mention that.
So let's talk about, because it's a very important part of this thing.
Social media. I think that's the chairman, the president of them all. Because when you come on social media, is unfortunate that a lot of people don't understand that life on social media is different from what life itself is in the real sense of life. So you see people come on social media, turn on their camera, their ring lights, use filters and all of that, and post their pictures, and you're looking at yourself like, these people are so beautiful, these people are this, and I'm not like that. And again, you see when somebody will willingly and happily post a picture of yourself on social media, they will sit down, zoom your eye, your ear, your legs, your hands, and start analyzing. This is supposed to be like this. The shape of your nose is meant to be like that. So I think social media have done more harm than every other aspect.
But don't you think there are areas social media has contributed to positively help people feel good about
the percentage of the contribution of social media to help people feel good about their body is smaller than the way it contributed to how people feel about their body negatively? You just feel people that are, let me say, advocating for body positivity. You just feel people that support it. Because when you go to social media, you see that when they are body shaming people, it's few that will come up and stand against it. But I thank God that there's awareness now that these things are not right. It's part of the cyberbullying we talk about.
Of course, that is true. That is very true. Have you ever felt pressure to conform to a certain beauty standard? Like, because like you said, social media, when you see the way people dress, you see how this person looks, and then you start to feel like maybe I should do this or maybe I should do that, you know. So let's talk about that. Have you ever felt?
Personally, no.
Okay.
No, I haven't.
But generally people
you see the bust enlargement, the hip enlargement, the boot enlargement, and all of that. I think that's majorly where people want to conform to. And again, complexion. A whole lot of ladies now want to be fair. In fact, very soon we may not even be having dark babies. You can imagine that on social media, the places like Facebook, Instagram, they have groups and pages for chubby. They talk about the skincare for your baby, to make the baby fair, to make the baby chubby. It's not looking as if a baby is not fair and chubby, that baby is unhealthy. So I think complexion too, because that's why we have a whole lot of skincare brands, organic care brands, because everybody wants their skin to be skinning in the social media language.
Okay, we'll go on a short break right now, and when we come back, the conversation continues. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. This is still Gender Perspectives, and we are having a conversation on body positivity with Ifeoma, a teen coach. So let's continue our conversation.
Okay.
Right. So some people argue that body positivity promotes unhealthy lifestyles. What's your response to that?
I think to an extent, it's not really correct saying body positivity promotes unhealthy lifestyle. If you embrace your body the way it is, all you need to do is to do a self-care that you maintain a healthy lifestyle. I think the people who actually go into unhealthy lifestyles because of their body are those who don't embrace how they are or how they look, except in cases of let's say a particular body structure, so to say, is unhealthy, like obesity.
Okay.
Like obesity, I don't expect somebody who is obese to say, I love the way I am. I don't know if you're getting it.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's a defect.
Okay.
Maybe an eye defect that you know that on the long run is going to affect you, or maybe your legs or whatever. I think, except that, I don't think it promotes unhealthy.
You know, when we look at this unhealthy lifestyle, you know, some people misunderstand the concept of body positivity, in the sense that maybe they feel like, oh, I love my body, and they don't care about it actually. You know, you see, like you said, an obese person,
can say, oh, they said I should be body positive. I like myself the way I am. If anybody that doesn't like me should exactly. And they just eat whatever, do whatever, and they take it as is body positivity. So that's what I want to get your response on. What do you have to say about those kind of people?
I think those kind of people need reorientation of what actually body positivity is, because if you accept yourself the way you are and is already not good for you and not healthy for you, you're doing more harm to yourself than good. So I think those people need a reorientation of what exactly body positivity is. Like I mentioned earlier, the case of obesity.
Yes.
Like somebody who is obese will now say, I like myself the way I am, it's not anybody's business. And you eat anything, drink anything. I've seen people too who are, let's say, somebody who used to be very dark, and people are like, you're too dark, oh, maybe you should do something to it. You get to tone and let your skin glow.
Yes.
And the person is like, I like the way I am. And you see that the person is not even taking care of his or her skin. And that's why people will term the person like, this girl is dirty. I don't know if you're getting it. I say this person is dirty. So I think to an extent, if you're accepting any body positivity, you should as well pay attention to it and see if are you really taking care of yourself. You don't just say, I love the way I am, and at the end of the day, you will cause yourself harm for being the way you are.
All right. Let's look at how this affects men, right? We have these societal expectations of masculinity, and in as much as body positivity is often all about women, but I know that men also experience some issues around body image. So can you just talk about the challenges that men face regarding their bodies and body image?
Okay, like I said, it's like it's already structured that a man should be this way, a woman should be this way. Recently, I saw a young boy who's looking so plumpy. Like, if you look from him, if you look at him from behind, you think he's a girl. With the hips, the way he's walking, and all of that. So what actually happened in that case is that his classmates were calling him Bobrisky. So the mom have to bring him to the school to ask them why. So when those boys were called, they were like, he's looking like a girl and all of that. Then in this case now, it's not like he's obese, he's just a chubby child. And he's fair too. So these are some of the challenges some men go through also as men. And I think they should just embrace it and know that this is the way I am created, this is the way I am made. Except in a case where I say is a health issue, or is a defect, like is something that will cause you harm. But if it's something that will not cause you harm, there's no need. You see some men going to the gym to just because they just want to get the six-pack, get that macho, get broad shoulders and all of that. And at the end of the day, you may, I'm not trying to say that doing those things are bad, but at the end of the day, you may cause yourself problem because you may have body pains, joints, muscle tears, and all of that. So accept the way yourself the way you are. You are a man, you are a man. It's not your body that makes you the man. I don't know if you're getting it. So men actually have these challenges. Another thing I have noticed about men is, personally, I have a friend that says she doesn't like fair men, that a man shouldn't be fair.
Interesting.
Yes. And I'm like, why? I said, why will a man be fair? And I've seen men who who even take care of their skin more than women, buy all manner of skincare products, you know, paid so much attention to their body, sit down. Like, I'm not saying a man should not take care of himself, but I don't think all those things are actually necessary. Because personally, I don't like when I see a man, you see dark knuckles and all of that. Why? What for?
These are the issues. Oh my God. Okay, so how do you think the pressure to be perfect when it comes to your body affects self-esteem and mental health?
It affects self-esteem. It does. Because personally, like I shared the story before now, then I was feeling so bad. And if not that, I had people, like say a supportive environment, I would have gone into depression. And it will equally affect my mental health. So the pressure to enhance body, or so to say, affects people's self-esteem in so many ways. Like I gave an example earlier, you want to belong to a group and they say you don't meet up the standard, because there's an already set standard that this is how you should be and this is how you should look. So some persons who have not built their confidence and self-esteem will succumb, and you see them living unhealthy lifestyle, doing things they are not meant to do to meet up to that standard. And some will just fall into depression. It will affect their mental health. You see them, they are keeping to themselves, they are isolated, there are some places they don't want to go to, there are some people they don't want to be around, because once they are around these persons, they talk down on them. So I always tell people to detach yourself from any environment that will affect your mental health.
You work with teenagers a lot, and I know that teenagers are, you know, quite vulnerable, and because they are growing and they are, you know, still maturing and entering puberty, they'll have a lot of body image issues. So just share your experience with us as to, you know, these, you know, the different issues teenagers face when it comes to body image.
I've seen from height to complexion to all manner of it, all manner. Recently, a teenager said she doesn't want to go to school because her peers or her classmates said she's too short and she's too fat, and she cries home almost every day. It's not like before then the mom have gone to address that issue in school, but because she feels she doesn't fit in, she doesn't look like other young girls, she cries. Even when they have a function and you're telling her, okay, you're going to she says she doesn't want to go. She just wants to keep to herself. Even for the guys, say, I'm not tall, I don't have broad shoulders, they said I did like this, I did like that, my legs are this. Okay, I have this teenager that his own case was at birth. At the point the mom was giving birth to him, I don't know what happened, but I think they were trying to pull him and something happened, they affected one of his legs, which so far the parents have done the little they could to see if it will be fixed. So it makes him feel, he almost went into depression when he went into a new school, and they were like, you're tall, but this your leg. I think they even gave him a name. So he was feeling so bad, almost fell into depression. But I told him, I said, it doesn't define who you are. There's something in you that is more than the leg. So look at yourself and ask yourself, what can I do better? Where is that area I have my strength? And I told him, once you start doing these things, nobody will remember that you have a bad leg. And he's very good in drawing. So he started making use of, he started drawing his legs. like he will do a sketch that looks like an X-ray, what an X-ray film of his legs looks like. The day he will wear a short, he will take a picture with his phone and use pencil and paper and draw it and bring it to school. So at a point, because they have seen how creative he is, they start bringing things to him. Help us draw this thing, help us draw this person. They will ask and say, please, can you, the way I am now, can you just use your pencil? So I've seen teenagers go through these challenges, but I always encourage them. I was always encourage them to accept themselves the way they are, except in cases that could be helped, like maybe through surgery, or something that, okay, this is a mistake somehow that can be corrected. If it's something that can be corrected, it's fine. But if it's something that cannot be corrected, you just leave it with. That is just a part of your body and not all of you. And it's just a part of your life and not your life itself. So you are more than that.
Aside from the words of encouragement and the advice, are there other forms of like orientation to help them feel better about themselves, particularly those that have, you know, some sort of, because sometimes, you know, it's not everybody that you can talk to and they just all of a sudden start to feel good. So are there other things that you do to,
you know, making somebody come out of that pressures or effect, so to say, is not an automatic thing. It's something that the person will have to do and get used to over time. Coming to anybody, both teenagers or adults and all of that, what I encourage is, apart from the encouraging them and telling them to discover something else that is unique about them, I also tell them to do what I call words of affirmation.
okay,
Look at yourself and tell yourself, I am beautiful, I am handsome, I am more than this. I don't know if you're getting
yes,
it. I am more
course.
than this. This is not what defines me. What defines me is what is inside of me, what I can give to my society, what I represent, not just my physical body. This is one of the things. And I also encourage them to stay away from environment that doesn't encourage them. Stay away from people that feels negative about them, because once you are in an environment that talks down on you, people, like they always say, go to where you're celebrated and where you're tolerated. So I tell them to stay away from environment that talks down on you. And again, resist anybody. Don't allow anybody to disrespect you, because that's another thing. Don't tolerate any form of disrespect. In fact, there's a word that I said, don't normalize people disrespecting you, because when you normalize it, they keep doing it.
Of course,
They keep doing it. So shun every negative word or utterance being thrown at you, because once you accept it, it keeps
becomes
repeating.
a norm.
It becomes a norm. So don't normalize people disrespecting you.
So, beyond self-acceptance, how can we promote body positivity on a larger scale in our communities, in our schools, workplaces, and, you know, every other place? How can we promote and create this awareness for body positivity?
Sensitization. We can go to school, talk to young people, and I think also those in the medical profession should also be part of this. Those in the medical profession should also be part of it, because some people who don't accept who they are or how they are, most of the times will feel is a problem. But I think if there's somebody in the medical profession that can tell you, oh, the way your hand is doesn't change anything. Some people are created like that. Okay, myself as an example, there was a time I had a knee problem and a whole lot of things were happening to me. So it was a doctor that told me about a diagnosis of how my body works. And he told me, he said, if not that I'm in Nigeria, if I'm in the Western world, this is what I should be doing. So it's not like it's a deficiency, but I understood that some people are born to be like that.
Yes.
So when I asked him, I said, is there anything I can do? He said, it's just medications. Don't do this, don't do that, don't do so it doesn't get worse. But this is just the way your body has been structured to be. So I think to promote this is one of the things we are doing at the moment.
Yes, of
the
course.
Media, using our social media handles, the religious organizations, the cultural organizations, the school owners. If there's a case like in schools, if there's a case of bullying somebody because of their body, the person should be punished. We should teach people love and kindness, because if you are not kind, I think is an act of unkindness for you to mock somebody or make mockery or jest of somebody's body structure. So we should also do that. That's one of the ways to promote body
Okay,
positivity.
thank you so much, Ifoma. We appreciate you for coming to share your views on this issue. Thank you once more for your time.
You're welcome.
We'll go on a brief break. I'll be back in a moment. One of the goals of body positivity is to help people understand how the media contributes to people's relationship with their bodies, including how they feel about food, exercise, clothing, health, identity, and self-care. By better understanding the effects these influences have, the hope is that people can develop a healthier and more realistic relationship. Several people have distinct opinions about body positivity and what it entails. Let's hear those opinions.
Body positivity is talking about how people should be comfortable and confident in their body, regardless of their body shape and their body type. So one major view is social media. Like, let me give an example. Let's say I'm fat, I'm obese, that type of thing, and I'm not so confident in my body. When I see another person that is like me, posting and being confident in their own skin, it gives me like sense of acceptance and confidence that, oh my god, this person has the same body type as me and she's very confident. It makes me feel like appreciated. It makes me feel more of a human being, because mostly the fat people, they get body shamed. Like, they are not really confident in their body type because they experience it everywhere. People be like, you're too fat, or all these things, and it really diminishes their self-confidence.
I think one of the major reasons is maybe peers, the group of people you mingle with. You understand? So maybe, for example, you have friends that you believe they are looking good and all that, and you just start feeling inferiority complex and all that. So I think those are the reasons, major reason why a lot of people have problem with themselves. You just have to be confident no matter how you look. Like, when you embrace yourself, embrace your personality, nobody can influence you. Just be confident and you are good to go.
My best knowledge, I think body positivity should be placed like in a way and manner whereby individual appreciates how he or she is being created by a god or his god. It starts from the society, friends, and sometimes family members, and as well parents who have their own maybe share in the family. I think some people nowadays have they are not proud of how they are being created, and some people envy other people with the way God created them. Okay, let me use women as an example. If you go to the gym now every day, you find out that majority of gym attendants are girls. Why are they going for gym? They want to build up some certain parts of their body, whereby for me it has no benefits. I don't know, but some people do. So you see, body positivity comes with a lot of challenges actually. Like when okay now, for instance, I don't look my age, but I'm young. So some people feel like no, I'm at I'm 28, I'm 29, I have small body and I don't like it. What's going on? They begin to blame themselves, and at a point they will get to the point that they will start blaming God for not giving them this particular thing, and they don't look at things like that. So if somebody should start conceiving that kind of thought and imagination in his head, before you know it, you will say it to one or two persons that will pick it up, say it outside, and before you know it, people start getting to him or her over it. For me, I have no choice than to thank God for the way I'm being created, and as well as other people who don't feel like they are meant to belong to a particular group. You have no choice. There's a reason and a purpose why God created you like that. So why put it on yourself that you are not well being created and you want to do something that will later end your life maybe?
Body positivity, first of all, is the act of having confidence in yourself, the way you look, the way your appearance, like anything about yourself, your body shape, your color, or anything. That's body positivity. Having confidence in yourself that this is the way you are created and accepting it for what it is. So sometimes, you know that there's a saying that some people will actually say, you are dark, you are fair. People that are fair are not fine. People that are dark are not fine. I don't know if you understand. So sometimes when you throw those words at people, it tends to affect them without you knowing. And something is applied to the body shape. Sometimes when you see a slim girl, just the way I'm slim, some people will start saying, you are slim, it doesn't fit you, you are this one, you are this one. Don't you see your fellow? It is not nice. That's why where body positivity comes in. You need to be confident in yourself. This is the way you are created. This is the way that person is created. And sometimes it affects mainly our young girls. Sometimes they tend to do what they don't want to do. They go into doing things because they have seen maybe the celebrity lifestyle or any other thing that sometimes that's their hand. They're not even supposed to be there. But due to peer pressure, due to influence, due to so many things, they tend to go in that way that they're not supposed to go. Sometimes you see maybe what they call BBL, because they want to have a curvy body, leaving the one that was the way that God created them. Now they tend to do it, not knowing that it has so many side effects. So I think everyone should be confident in the way that they are created, be it color, body shape, and every other thing.
From what I understand, body positivity is just like what people see concerning themselves, how people see themselves when you look in the mirror, how you see yourself, how proud you are of yourself. Body positivity is very essential in everybody's day-to-day life. As a person, I feel you should not let someone's opinion define you. You should be the starting point of what you present, who you are in society. That you're a plus sized or you're too thin does not mean you should feel less of yourself. It's actually a good thing. I mean, what is a poison to another man can be a food for another man. So you see, body positivity is something that every human being should look into. Don't feel less of yourself. It's good to appreciate your outlook. Don't make people define you. Don't let people's perceptions of you be your reality. Judging from past experiences of people, they begin to feel less of themselves. And also interpersonal relationships. A friend who is a plus size, sorry that I keep bringing up this case of plus size, just that I've experienced real life scenarios. But when you see someone that is plus size and is in a social gathering of people that are, maybe looking a less better or more better, they begin to throw certain comments at the person that is plus size, and the person that is plus size begins to forget that at the end of the day we are all humans and we are created in the image of God. Everybody is one, whether you're fat, you're thin, you're tall, you're short, we're all the same thing.
About body positivity, I would say that our people are not so concerned about our body positivity. One, because of a level of poverty or the poverty in the society. So their interest is in how to feed themselves and then be healthy, without knowing that body positivity is part of healthiness. Then secondly, the people that are aware about body positivity are now so concerned about their curves, their physique. So they don't check other effects. They engage in exercises, and that exercises are concentrated on particular body parts, which is not a good idea. Good exercise is a good thing if it helps the body to be completely healthy. But concentrating on the shapes and the physique of the body is the problem here. So our body positivity should be made known to the people in the right direction. Like I mentioned earlier, poverty is one thing. This person is poor, that does not mean he cannot take care of himself or herself and then the body, his or her body. But he will be interested in looking for money, getting food to eat, and when he sees food, he doesn't care about the type of food he eats. So food is another factor. Then again, time of our consumption of food. We eat food at often. We don't check. There are certain foods that has some time for it. Like when you want to eat food at odd hours, like in the middle of the night, it's not proper because of digestion. So we need to be guided in the way we taking our food, and then the type of food we eat that will suit our health. Social media has a lot to do. One, we copy the Western world, so many ways. And then in this course of copying the Western world, we don't follow their routine of body positivity. They do a lot of things to check their body, but we don't do. For instance, our people go far as engraving tattoos on our bodies, and most often we don't know the effect of tattoo to the body. Then because they want to look at like the white, especially the celebrities, a commoner on the street will wear tattoo and without asking questions. Then again, they have gone as far as opening their nose, their ears, and wearing earrings. All these things brings a negative impact. Some positive anyway. Then the wearing of bangles and the rest of them, and the ankle and the rest of them. People have definition for all these things. But some people, without knowing the definition, because it is on the social media, they go about wearing it, not checking what it has, the positive impact on their body.
I don't think that people should not be happy the way they do, because we are not the one that make ourselves. We are not our maker. You know, there is already someone who made us in his own likeness and image. I know that everything God does is always perfect. You get? So I don't believe or see any reason why I should not be happy the way God created me. As I am now, and I'm very, very happy and confident. I like the way I look. And this is not supposed to be affecting me in any area. So whatever I do, I want to do, I do it proud because I love the way I am. You get? So I believe the same way other people should see themselves bold enough and also have confidence in themselves to come and do whatever thing they want to do. Not minding their look, because we are not the makeup. It's inferiority complex when you're not again contented with what you have. High growth tonic will cause it when you are not confident in yourself. So when you are not contented with what you have, greedy, it will trigger you to do many things. Some go out there to go and do surgery, some go and there because I'm dark in complexion and I feel like that girl or that lady is getting more favor because of maybe because she is fair. Then I'll go out there and go and change my look. No, every of our destiny, grace attached to it. So I don't see any reason why we should be envy or greedy or be looking at anybody. Oh, this person have this, I have not done that. No, allow your own grace to shine for you, because there is grace attached to that person. It's not because that person is fair. It's not because that person is tall. It's not because that person is fat or slim. It's not it. It is the person's grace working, God's giving grace. So your own, find it, nurture it, and allow it to work for you.
I feel like on body positivity, there's a lot of misinformation about it, because I care about my health. Like where I stay, I try to jog in the morning, so sometimes like if I can't jog in the morning, I'll jog at night or in the evening, just trying to be healthy. Some people be like, okay, body positivity, but either in men or women, that like being obese, being overweight. I don't really want to say like it's good, because being obese, being overweight is like detrimental to your health. You can say like, I feel okay as I am, being obese, you're like 250 something plus pounds, 300 plus pounds. I feel like that's too much, because at that point you're stressing yourself, you're stressing your body. Because if you really care about your body and you're positive about your body, you will take care of your body to the point where like your daily activity, easy activities are not like stressed, are not, stressed out. So I feel like body positivity in men and women should just be like, you feeling good about yourself, taking care of yourself. And I don't know, most times don't just listen to everything everyone says. People can have different opinions about things. At the end of the day, it's what you tell yourself and what is good for yourself that actually matters. So,
it is interesting to hear what people have to say about this. In fact, research has consistently shown that the media contributes to body dissatisfaction. It is not just exposure to ideal body images that pose a danger. It is the development of beliefs that beauty, success, and self-esteem are determined by thinness. Body positivity hopes to address these issues by helping people recognize the influences contributing to poor body image. The hope is that people will then be able to adjust their body expectations and feel more positive and accepting of their own bodies. Such acceptance may then help combat the toll that poor body image has on their health. Well, that's the much we can take on the program. Remember to be confident and love yourself always, because you are fearfully and wonderfully made. Thanks for staying with us. I remain Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Till next time, goodbye. everyone.
Thank you, viewers. Once again, we welcome you to our exciting program, Signature TV Unscripted. Today, this week, we have very loaded discussions, given the fact of the many important things that happened in our country, this week. And we are going to give you a lowdown of those issues, interpretations of those issues, explanations of those issues. And here with me in the studio today to discuss the issues that occurred in the course of this week. On my right is Mr. Martin Ani. Mr. Martin Ani, you are welcome to the program.
It's a pleasure,
yes.
Chief Ubani.
Thank you very much.
Nice to be here.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. And on my left is our host.
Am I? You are transferring your position to me. Co-host. Mine is
our co-host.
And the host of the host. That's interesting.
Elder Christian Madoka.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's my pleasure to be with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We have been discussing about the events in River State, and this week, to be precise, on Tuesday this week, there was a bombshell. And that bombshell came in the form of the declaration of a state of emergency in River State by the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. As a matter of fact, nobody expected that a state of emergency would be declared or if anybody expected, very few people expected that a state of emergency would be declared. In fact, we were looking at the option of the impeachment notice that was served on the governor by the members of the River State House of Assembly, loyal to the FCT minister, Mr. Nyesom Wike. But all of a sudden, the state of emergency news, was hung on the neck of the governor of River State, Mr. Fubara. And the 27, the House of Assembly members were also affected by the state of emergency. Mr. Martin, where were you when you heard this news, and how did you feel?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bani. Well, it was a funny day for me. I was just resting. Thank you for even asking that question. I was just resting, and then there was I opened my phone, and then there was a news flash that state of emergency had been declared on Rivers. I just closed my phone and continued to sleep, because I said some people are flying a kite, and that it was not possible. There was no way the constitution envisaged this, and that there's not like proclamation of a state of emergency. That was just how it happened. And then after that, when I woke up, I continued checking my phone. I continued to see a lot of news, updates on the state of emergency. I tuned my television, and lo and behold, the traditional news also carried it. That is the television channels, ARIs, and the rest of them. And then I was shocked. I started asking myself, was there any issue that was going on in River except the issues that the legislature had with the chief executive? I told myself, how come there was a state of emergency? So for me, it was very shocking, and it was unbelievable that a state of emergency will be declared on a state that was having a wrangle between the executive and the legislature, which I expected the political solutions to. And then, as a student of political science, I also wondered how did the constitution envisage that a civilian president will sack a civilian state government, which is just a subnational, as we call it. So how can a president sack a subnational that contributes, which has almost, which is almost autonomous, you know, except in the federating unit? Without them, you cannot. There can be a federation. So for me, it was an anomaly. It was unheard of, because I always know that if a state of emergency is declared on the state, it means that there will be a military action to deal with an issue that threatens the existence and the sovereignty of that nation coming from that state. So the governor won't be removed. Yeah. The governor will still be there. And then, so for me, as we go on, it's something that is unbelievable.
Yes, Mr.
And unthinkable.
Unbelievable.
But then we have had it, and then it has dawned on all of us that the governor has not received the allocation that was suspended by the Supreme Court. Suddenly, a military man has gone there, and then nobody has gone back to the Supreme Court, and then the state seems to be running again. So,
it's the assumption that the state is running.
Yes, given the fact that section 305 of the 1999 Constitution, as amended, gives the president power to declare a state of emergency in any part of the country, in Nigeria or any part of the country where there is, a sign of insurrection, a sign of war and all that. Mr. Madoka, were you also shocked that a state of emergency was declared in Rivers State, given the fact of what I have just said, that the president was given the power on section 305 of the Constitution to declare a state of emergency? Did you at any time think that that power also has something to do with removing a state governor?
I am Nigerian, and an old one for that matter. Maybe I'm not the oldest. But I got to a point where I don't get shocked about anything happening in Nigeria. So Nigeria is a country where anything can happen. So let leave off the shock. If you say shock, they want to carry the shock that should be their own to me. So I have transferred back the shock. I am not shocked at all. So go ahead, you can close down the nation. So that's one. Begin to react to it. Most of the reactions are not coming from me directly. I'm only saying that I've seen so many retinue of reactions. A lot of people have condemned the action. Now, if you look at it from the Constitution, that section you quoted, and I'm surprised you can quote sections. I thought as a Christian father you might forget to still remember it. But then they want to say the Constitution allows the president. It means that the Constitution has some issues, because no Constitution is completely okay. You allowed him, but then is how you do that, because this is not, as our elder will say, is not. There's no animal. It's only animal that will not kill before that will be looking for how to dissect it. There have been issues in Nigeria where there were issues of emergency declared, and we said we should have built on that. And out of all those emergencies in Nigeria declared, governors were not removed. The Senate House of Assembly elected were not totally sacked. So that will bring me to the final perspective I want to look at. Some people are saying this is the case of two monkeys who found banana. I've also believed that. They could not share the banana because the one finger of the banana is bigger than the other one. And they are fighting, and the chimpanzee met them, want to share the banana for them. That's it. In this case, some people are still saying, and that's where the angle that stressed me when I was reading. Some people say they did this, that they say Wike won the war, but not the battle or something. You know why? They are dealing with a president who is Jagaban, a very accomplished politician, who also have interest in the River State. So two of you, Martin and maybe Mike, you cannot settle your issues, and I'm a stranger, I come to settle it. Who I have interest in what I'm doing. So it might be using shifting everybody, throwing the baby away with the bathwater. So they have a safe ground with a sole administrator who, with just a phone call, Ibas, are you there? I say, yes, sir. And in the next 6 months, both the old money that were not released to the local government and the new ones are due to the state will be released to a sole administrator. He's not going to account to anybody. Probably he's going to listen only to the president. So both the warmonger and the warriors and all have been shifted aside. And their influence will begin to wane over time. So when the people are jumping up and shouting, somebody said when he visited the house of one of the contenders, who they keep calling his name, I had to call the man's name because it's becoming too personal. All I know is that we have a federal capital territory minister who is an honorable man. Whatever he is doing and playing, if he played the wrong politics on his head, he plays a good one. But that he might not have won all through, that he has a boob trap set somewhere where he is going to lose up all these influences thinking he has built up. Because the man who was in there will take orders from the president and not from him, unlike his godfather who couldn't settle matters and all. And I will end it like I ended when I was doing reviews sometime. You know that in Igbo land, they say the stick they used to throw away to remove the millipede, you also throw, because when you throw the millipede, you throw both the stick. In this case, they only throw the millipede and they left the stick. The stick they left is wicked. They threw the millipede, who is a Fubara, in this legendary analogy. And then the man find a way of knowing that if somebody go to war, if a man go to war and kill a dog, that if he sees a human being, he can kill. And if anybody who can fight to that level to destroy what is his own, there's nothing you can do to that person as a girlfriend, that the son of that girlfriend will call you Papa. That's a very big lesson for the Rivers State and the politics they are playing. They may have played into the hand of a Jagaban that they want to explore. All he can do with Rivers State to pull it. He has an election to run. 2027 is at stake. Yeah. For him to be distracted, so he can come out as a Jagaban he is. And I've played a chess move that will surprise all the contenders in a very short time. So it's a new thing he has started. This National Assembly, we are here talking. National Assembly has said, carry go, Baba. So who am I? Everyone is talking. The people who are supposed to talk for us said, with the mandate we have given them, Baba, carry go. That you can even declare more state of mind in other states.
Yeah. What do you think is the implication of, going forward? What do you think is the implication of the proclamation of a state of emergency in Rivers State to our democracy? How does it affect our democracy? Because we were just talking about a few minutes back, we're talking about an incident that happened in Kaduna, okay, where a bandit or a marauder entered a mosque and stabbed someone, to death. Some other people were injured, and of course, is that is a disturbance. If you look at it critically, it's a disturbance.
It calls for state of emergency.
It calls for state of emergency. With what has happened in what happened in Kaduna, yes, don't you think that the president can, if he stands, of course, like he did say, the National Assembly, both the Senate and the Federal House of Representatives have endorsed, the state of emergency. But don't forget the fact that one day, the president can wake up if there is a fight in the National Assembly. The president can one day, declare a state of emergency on the National Assembly.
They see the ground, though. See what has happened. Nigeria has 101 million things happening in Nigeria that has given the state, with this what has been implemented.
Yes.
Remember that if the president wants to be declaring state of emergency, what you have mentioned in Kaduna now, hey, state of emergency, and then the Northwest, you start selecting, you'll be drawing state of emergency. Tanker explosion in Anambra, state of emergency. I mean, everything about Nigeria. calls for state of emergency. So we have started, now that they've gotten endorsement, even the people that endorsed have endorsed state of emergency on themselves too.
That's what I'm.
To weigh in on this, it was actually a bad day for Nigeria. It was a bad day for democracy, and it portends danger for our democracy. In fact, our democracy has retrogressed badly with that development, because we found ourselves in a state whereby an elected president can sack elected officials. What it means is that he is preparing a ground for a possible military arrangement, because it means the president enjoys militocracy. It means the president enjoys military rule. It means the president wants to stay in power ad infinitum. That is exactly the signal that I'm seeing. And again, look at the National Assembly. Look at the speed of light with which the discountenance the procedure that is required of the Constitution, of their own rules, to pass such declaration without recourse to counting, without recourse to everybody identifying who they are and voting to get to talk. Same for House of Reps. None of that happened, and they use voice votes. So what it means is that we are working with this man to hell with your constitution, to hell with the democracy. Whatever we want, whatever he wants, we'll give to him. Which means, like you said, they are also an endangered species. The National Assembly is an endangered species. The judiciary, we don't know where they are at the moment, but people are going to court. In fact, like you asked me earlier, when I heard about this declaration, I told my wife, they must go to court, that they should challenge this, that this is an illegality. I'm not a lawyer, but I know that there are about 2 or 3 ways a governor or a legislature can be removed. One of them is when the governor resigns, the deputy takes over. You can't even resign unless both of them resigns at the same time, because the constitution has already provided. Or when one dies, then there will be a change of leadership. And then I have not heard about that a governor can dissolve House of Assembly without their tenure, be expiring. And then the House of Assembly was dissolved. So that's why I said it portends great danger for our democracy. Because at the moment, immediately I told my wife, they will go to court. My wife laughed and said,
which court?
Which court? And like has been said by so many persons, Nigeria looks like a captured state, what we call a pariah state in international relations. A state that doesn't abide by the tenets of democracy. A state that is no more in sync with international standard as far as democracy is concerned. It's a pariah state. A state that does its own democracy different from the way democracy is done is a pariah state.
Yes.
So that is why we are tending towards. Because I cannot understand. So, for instance, we are the Governors Forum, PDP Governors Forum, say they are going to challenge this. And that's the news I needed.
They've gone to court.
Yeah, they said they will go to court. I don't know as at Friday or maybe by Monday.
I think they filed it.
Okay. I guess by Monday they should be in court. This needs to be tested legally, constitutionally.
Yeah.
The judges need to weigh in. Since the National Assembly has disappointed Nigerians, they disappointed democracy because their pockets are being filled. They had a meeting earlier with the president before, the next day the matter came to them, and you saw how they handled it. Everyone, we were here last time, we were talking about the current Senate president, and everybody has said that the current National Assembly is a rubber stamp, that whatever comes from the president, they will give approval.
Yes.
As we speak now, what it means, like you stated, is that a state of emergency can be declared in another state and nothing will happen.
But that's, like I said, testing the ground.
And then, you know how the election in Rivers State happened in 2023. I guess that the FCT minister must have told the president that without me, you have lost here. And you are going to lose about 4 million or 3 million votes. Who do you prefer between me and this man? Why don't we work together and deal with this man? And like somebody said, if care is not taken, that state of emergency can be extended. Because the same way the president found reasons that all of the whole world is attacking, but he found reason that a quarrel between the legislature and the executive, which naturally should lead to either impeachment, if the procedures are met, if the chief judge sets up a panel, and then the panel comes up that these are impeachment offenses and that they sanction it, then it will go back to the House, and the House will give their nod, and then the governor will go, and then the whole world will say that's democracy. That's the beauty of democracy.
The funny thing about Nigeria, that particular instance, is that people thought it was going that way, and it was almost there.
Exactly.
Now the new turn is where you have the Maradonic, Jagabanistic touch to it that brought this whole thing we're talking about.
Exactly.
But I think it is not pertaining a good thing for democracy, like you said, because I asked the question. Our sitting president is a part of the NADECO team.
Yeah.
He was in the front line, in the trenches. He fought to get back democracy. That's what he told us, and we believed it. And that's part of what has guided his political growth to this level. For him to be taking the move, making this kind of move now, I think from the point he's operating, the view might be clearer, but it's not yet very clear to us. We're only saying, putting one and two together, this is what we think that will happen. Because my people say, when you see a bird flying, and there's a way the bird will, move his wings, you know that they want to perch. You know, that's it.
Yeah, let's look at what President Tinubu did when the former president, Tinubu wasn't president, and former President Goodluck Jonathan in 2013 declared a state of emergency in 3 states in the north over insecurity, and then Tinubu said that the president was threading, that the action of
the
president was tantamount to the destruction of democracy. And the same, ironically, several years after making this statement, the same man who criticized Jonathan for declaring a state of emergency. Remember also that no governor was removed. No elected governor was removed in those 3 states.
Yes, that's why I've referred to that.
The legislatures of those 3 states were not abrogated. Okay, but in this case, President Tinubu sacked an elected, of course, suspended. I want us to remember that
suspended suspended for 6 months.
For 6 months.
So if you are applying for a job and they give you probation, probably they then suspend you for 6 months.
Yes.
That's what Martin said, that they were bringing up another thing in my mind. They will get to that and come back and say,
so what has happened? What has happened?
He's the one to determine whether
what has happened in the thought process of Mr. President. After criticizing Goodluck Jonathan for declaring a state of emergency, he himself is now doing a worse thing. Because like I said, Jonathan was very careful not to have abrogated democratically elected institutions, rather the governor and the legislature. But in this case, you have the president sacking an elected governor, sacking the members of the House of Assembly, and appointing an administrator, a retired military naval officer. For me, I think Nigeria, River State is governed by the military, while the rest of the country is governed by
the other one is democracy.
The other one is democracy. The other one is military.
So, military.
Military government. Are we? Is it what do Diake? Are we in Diake? Are we? Is it Diake or what? So, I mean, this is an interesting issue, because if it is not handled, if Nigerians, don't stand up against it, it might lead to something else.
Look at it. We've had several serious militancy issues in the Northeast, even under the current president. I am not even sure that parts of Nigeria is still not under the control of some terrorists, whether they call them Lakarowa or Boko Haram or whatever. I'm not sure Nigeria has been able to recover all the territories that they have. The other day they said Cameroon took some part of our one island, I've forgotten the name. They mentioned either Calabar or Akwa Ibom somewhere.
Is it Bakassi?
No, not Bakassi. They called it an island. So what am I trying to say? It is the president now that determines what situation that warrants a state of emergency, not the constitution. And then it looks like he enjoys the military rule. The things he condemned, the things he fought against in the past, today he is at peace with them. And they are welcome to him. So what are we going to see in the future? People are saying the court is the last hope of the common man. So we hope, of course I still hope, even as we speak today, that the court will do justice to this matter. Because if this is not handled very well, in line with the constitution, in line with our extant rules, then we are in trouble. That trouble is that 2027 may not be. Yes, 2027 may not be.
Yes, gentlemen.
Obasanjo tried it.
Gentlemen, talking about...
Obasanjo tried it under the presidency of Ken Naman.
Yes, talking about 2020.
But today he's singing like a Democrat. But he actually had ulterior motive. So the point I'm trying to make here is that when people are out of power, you don't know them. It's only when they come to power that you know what they can do. And the juice, the peck of office, once it's flowing, the allocations are flowing, they are gallivanting all over the world, they are thinking a different thing. We are not yet done with 2023 and the failing economy and the corruption that is now endemic and is on the rise. We are not dealt with any of these things. The unemployment, all these things, and then we're looking at 2027 because power.
Yeah.
In political science, they get power and every other thing is possible. So it is really
worrisome.
CSOs,
I think it's worrisome.
Whole world, Nigerian civil society organizations, everybody should rise.
Yeah.
If not, we don't know where we're headed.
Thank you very much. It's worrisome. That's the
it is worrisome.
Reaction of the president is worrisome. We are in 2025 and 2 years, or even 2.5 years to go into 2027. And you see politicians, most politicians are talking about all their efforts are geared towards, capturing power in 2027. And I'm sure, just like you said, one of the major reasons why President Tinubu did what he did in Rivers State is that he has an eye in 2027.
Rivers State has always been the state that funds all presidential elections.
He wants to capture Rivers State in advance of 2027. But my question, my question is this. I mean, the other day, few days back, the former president, Vice President Atiku Abubakar, addressed a press conference, and he did announce the formation of a coalition against Tinubu ahead of 2027. Atiku Abubakar is there. Mr. Peter Obi, former governor of Anambra State and former presidential candidate of Labour Party. And I think also Kwakwa. So three of them may probably come together to fight Tinubu. Do you really think that it is proper for Atiku to continue to, bring himself forward to become president of the country? He has tried. He's been there as a vice president. He has run twice or thrice as a presidential candidate. Why not give way for others to try?
It's Abraham Lincoln, from the little primary history I was taught. I think he tried 29 times.
Serious?
To be a president of America, and they won at the 29th time. As every Nigerian has the right to aspire to the highest office in Nigeria, not because of what it pretends. I mean, it's a freedom that the Constitution guarantees. If you are not disqualified constitutionally by either your age or by things you have done, that is ethics, by whatever Constitution has planned, legit, you are free. So Atiku can go all his life, I mean, because even the sitting president had eye on going there for a long time, and they worked towards it and achieved it. As far as we are concerned, he has achieved his life ambition. So everything we are doing now, he will put it on record that I started from beginning, grew up to the higher heights, want to be Nigerian president, and achieved it at last. That was made in Jagaban. That's why I like calling him Jagaban. So Atiku is free to. What I'm saying, let the person who want to make metal gong, you look at the tail of kite to learn a lesson. When Jagaban and his group occupied Lagos, occupied Nigeria in Lagos, it wasn't Atiku, Peter Obi, and Kwakwanso. If you put the list of people that, including Jagaban, that occupied Nigeria and to form an alliance that removed President Goodluck Jonathan's government, there were more than this number you mentioned. The Bible said, I am a Christian, I'm sorry, without apologies, that if you want to capture a strong man, you first tie him down. What you need, you can just go and just get a few dust of to blow a chimpanzee.
Yeah.
You really need good gun. So if you are interested in even talking about alliance, come on with alliance. When you know, let there be big alliance enough. Because I don't think what you are, otherwise it will mean that they are just talking for talking's sake, just romancing, just to make sure they will look like Totti said when he's fighting with his wife. You just have to scatter the ground so that at least people will come and see, the Totti has made effort. But the Totti is new already, he's just making effort, useless effort, not something that will bring it. So if they don't want to make useless effort, they have to find a way of getting all. It might not be good to start hearing, you are hearing Rufai and SDP, and these ones they have to come together. Because the fight that they're going for is not, you know, the bird that doesn't have a very strong skull cannot go for the fight of Otoro. You know, the woodpecker. If you're a bird, you want to go for such fight, you must have a strong skull. So, that's my advice. It's good. Honestly, the good thing about democracy is that you are like, we can start here and start forming alliance. We're aspiring to be at the highest. Nobody stops us. It's only when we start doing some illegitimate things that people will now start talking. Otherwise, democracy on this is a clean, straightforward thing about who controls power. Whatever you do that's legit, to remove you from being our chairman and I take over. I mean, that's it. After the Pentecostal churches are repeated everywhere now, they say, then you have right to take over. There is take over, overtake, run, overtake. It's not the kind of run we have of scratch, of grab, run with it.
I appreciate the fact that everybody except, you have any legal encumbrances, anybody that is interested to run for a particular position, the elected position in Nigeria can do so, and Atiku Abubakar has that legit. Don't you think that he's been there for a very long time, and they should give way for others to test their ability, to rule Nigeria?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Obani. Weighing in on the veteran politicians coming together and forming alliance, it has always been there at every point in history. Alliances are formed, to, aggregate ideas, strategies on how to capture power. Of course, that is the idea of political parties. In this instance, I don't think we are yet forming alliance to challenge the current president. What, in terms of 2027. What I see at the moment is that El-Rufai, who felt dumped, used and dumped by the current president, just had to show that he's a politician. And then he moved into SDP and he brought in some money, at least to get the dying party back to life. I think that's what has just happened. At the moment, you know that P2B, we cannot say he has a political party at the moment. He's almost floating because Labour Party seems to be dead. You can see the disgrace coming from Labour Party senators and members in the National Assembly.
You think it seems to be dead, or
the party is divided?
In crisis?
No, the party is divided. People are free to move. That's what the constitution says.
But it's not dead. But the party is still breathing.
Breathing, the level of breathing, is there on the emergency?
Exactly. Okay.
This on oxygen.
Exactly.
If it's that level,
okay.
And they don't have trust. For instance, if I have a good friend who is a friend for better for life, and then when that person is on oxygen, you say,
let's agree that the party is on the oxygen.
Yes, the Abure matter and the other people matter has actually torn the party apart to the point that people now say APC bought Abure. And they're using him against the PIS party. Then P2B at the time, of course, he didn't have a strong grip on the party. At the time, he tried to, weigh in and deal with the matter, and then everything scattered again. To the point that in Abia State, that is an LP, Labour Party, that has a Labour Party governor, they produced chairmanship of other party stock. Are you aware?
Yeah.
Just like what they did in Rivers, where AA or something. So the point now is that with this current declaration or proclamation of a state of emergency, the politicians now know that there is problem. There is fire on the mountain. So they really need to come together. It's no more about the veteran Atiku who wants power like Abraham Lincoln. You must continue trying. No. This is the time for him to sit back. He's an elderly man. 70-something years, you should think about his children. What kind of democracy do we want to live for them? You should think about children and project the younger ones. So for me, there is need for a strong alliance coming together to challenge the status quo, because the status quo seems not to be giving us what we desired or what will make Nigeria move from the current importation and over-importation and tax debt. We have a lot of debt on our neck, and then we are still borrowing and borrowing. We need to feed ourselves. They need to think about their children, think about the unborn generation, come together, project two candidates as president and vice for the alliance. It's not just about. So once they are able to restore democracy, I mean, it is a very crucial. It is more important now than before that there is need for an alliance, because I don't know how National Assembly will be bought over. And some people say that judiciary has been captured. I didn't say that. I don't know how they interpret their own laws, but we know that a lot of, come to think about it. Why shouldn't the current administration return back to the Supreme Court for the release of the funds of River State?
No, he's been released.
No, what I'm saying, did the Supreme Court give an order for that? It was the Supreme Court that actually said no. You stop giving these people until they reconcile, until they make peace. But then, nobody has gone back to it. So the judiciary seems to be sleeping. And they need to be woken up.
Gentlemen, we cannot go without...
Is it okay?
We cannot go without looking at the Natasha case.
Natasha again?
Yes, we have to really, because we all are aware that Natasha has extrapolated the crisis, that is to stay internationalize the crisis by going to IPU to report the Senate President and the Nigerian Senate that she was sexually harassed by the President of the Senate, Senator Godswill Akpabio. Yes, that is one. The other development, which is a new development and which it's important that we discuss it, is about the recall
process that have been activated.
Going on, in Kogi Central to recall Senator Natasha. How do you feel about this development?
Well, but the thing is that in an ideal situation, if assume Natasha will disobey the Senate, or that is a power tussle between that they lose no who's, even if at that. But then where I have issues the recall process. Are you recalling somebody who did not vote? Now, if you get back there, you have the voters list, you bring back the votes, then identify the casts, and from what they were when you were accredited to vote, we bring back those accredited voters, and then pull up the signature for them to sign that I voted and then cast it back. I cannot vote for you. Go there. When I have issue with you, I go and call Annie to sign a recall. We have confusion. I think Nigerian politicians are pushing constitution that the one we say we revised, but they go back and pay some, egghead lawyers who analyze and bring out all the loopholes in our legal system, and they put it aside. So Hana Lolo, like the former governor of Anambra State said, may God bless his soul, said they are working and they are doing the trick. So they're balancing it up. So the Nigerian politicians know all the book traps in our constitution, and they are the ones who are interpreting it to us. So they choose when to act, choose when not to act. Everything they want to do, I see it as premeditated, because they go. It was in Nigeria I had that one time. There's some regulatory bodies that when they come to you, I say you are corrupt. You say, okay, we are charging you to court. We charge you to court. These are the things. They will give you this bill. They will still give you. Go and call even an NYC lawyer. Give you this. You will go to court and clear all of you and you. So it will be on record that they charge you, and then you go and you know what? Sort yourself out. How you do it, I don't know. So this is a country where such things happen. Where we pretending? Recall. Why are you recalling her? You suspended her, and you did not give her room to talk. You are following a process and so many things are. When you notice that this team is trying to bring embarrassment to Nigerian situation, it was at that point I expect that the Senate would be more careful and tread with caution and accuracy. You don't give room for anybody to view they are doing this because a woman. Okay, why are you recalling? It's when you are finished you say, can you see you have failed? Let's recall you. You are punishing her, you are suspending her, you are calling this because you refuse to be gagged. And it's such a phone. You say, hey, wait by the minute. We thought it was all that happened in State House. Now you have brought sex out. Let us relax and follow this. When we finish, you say, you can see you can prove your case. For embarrassing the distinguished Senate of Federal Republic of Nigeria, we'll recall you. At that point, if I am in Kogi State and I voted for Natasha. But what they're doing now, honestly, is suspect.
My worry is that my worry is that Natasha is under suspension, 6 months suspension, and one would have thought that everything about Natasha within this period of 6 months should have been put in abeyance. So
the point is this, I just want to move away a little from his own line of thought about the issue. For me, this is politics at play. Remember when PDP was having issues with the former, is it the current one? I think the former chairman. And the recall process started in his ward. That's what I'm saying. People are just sponsoring some charlatans.
You think it's
crowdfunding?
They just want to pull the rug out of our leg.
Yes. Who's championing it? If the people who voted for you, there should be people, the association of voters in Kogi East or West, and said, come back.
That's what I'm saying, that recall will never work because the people who are recalling her are phantom voters, like you said. They are not the real voters. They are just.
No, I saw some of them brandishing.
Even when they brand,
let them come and show tips, evidence where they voted.
How many of them, at the end of the day, will they get what is required? No. I said some persons are sponsoring. Since you are attacking me here, I will go there.
We just want distraction.
Money then. So what is just at play there is just politics.
It's politics
for me. Politics. So it will not. Of course, the court has said. The court in Kogi has said put on hold whatever process. It was just a case of in National Assembly when some people protested against Senate president. Then the next day you hired they hired some person to protest against Natasha. So that's what the kind of politics you see playing out in Nigeria. And then these are persons with deep pockets.
The case of the wife in the court, case of our distinguished senator of 250 billion. Against those cases have been withdrawn them.
These are people
the
with
100 billion naira case of Natasha in the court has they been withdrawn.
And this, of course, this recall is sub judice because
exactly.
So why is the Senate still entering the
in Nigeria, like I said, we are not discussing how to fix the roads. We are not discussing how to make our children go to school without parents paying through their nose at the private schools. We are not setting up the public schools. But thank God for what the governor of ENUGU is saying. Setting up what he calls smart schools, setting up smart farms and all that. That's encouraging. We are not talking about 34% inflation rate. The price, the president was saying that thank God price is coming down. Which price is coming down?
No price is coming down. On a lighter
dollar is still running, rising and all. The exchange rate is neither here nor there. Petrol, they are telling us, oh, if you don't take time, the Dangote doesn't get naira for naira crude.
But that one is real. That one is real. That one is real.
The issues, there is a gamut of issues, and they are distracting us from the real issues. That's my worry. With all this entertainment, getting our money, using our money for frivolities and for noise making and all that doesn't benefit. Where is Rivers people with the current development? Instead of the infrastructure that Fubara was providing and commissioning, what we are going to see now is settling persons with their location. And nobody is talking about that.
The administrator is not going to embark on
No, okay, look at this way. Assuming we are not just assuming we are just talking. Assuming you release, the River State with this 13% derivation and so many royalties from things that come to River State, you take it for 1 month, 6 months, and give it and bring it out. Is enough to bring back any president to power. And why is it that whenever I see a child crying and pointing hand, if the father is not there, the mother is there, or a relation, why is it that the whole people who have been at Aso Rock have always used River State as? And the River State people have not seen it as that they are using their head to break.
Do you know the current allocation of River State, Akwa Ibom State, Delta? Go and check. It's almost half of.
Check the royalties, check the 13% on top and all that. So when it is going to come now, you don't have so many things to pay. Probably manage to pay settle workers, and then.
Yeah, gentlemen, before we go, this is on a lighter note. The Abia State House of Assembly has urged the governor, Dr. Oti, to approve paternity leave for civil servants, and women go on
it's going to be post-dated because you will go first before me. Or if they start now, they deny you. Martins that the juniors they will benefit. I also have them know. Will they pay you back the one you didn't enjoy?
No.
Well, just to say it's not a news anyway. The only news
paternity leave is good.
It's not a news
because you know why I like the way you say we had so much tension in the air. Like, one woman in one local government, they heard that they are creating local government headquarters. He said, what did they say? Say headquarters. The woman didn't understand what they say. He said, but she was told that when they give them that headquarters, he said, let them give them quarter. Since you know that they bring quarter, there will be grassroots development. So let them give them quarter. For paternity leave, give it to us, package it, and pay us the ones that we can convert. I said, I don't want to go, or I go. So, but you convert the money.
I just want to say, empirically speaking, Abia just borrowed from the public service rule, Nigerian public service rule, which actually approved paternity leave. I think last year or 2 years ago. So for me, it's a welcome development.
Okay.
Other states should take a cue from that, and then Nigeria should be a federation where people should peer review. If you see what's going on in a state, copy it. If you see that security is improving in Enugu, there are cameras, you can copy it in Anambra.
And put it in your state.
And then if you see that roads are, the current governor of Enugu said he has a zero tolerance for unpaved roads. And you can see New Haven around here, they are paving everywhere. You can see most of the roads every time they are paving. So the government.
So you are using your state now as an example.
Yes.
No. So let's see. So if you go to my state, my state is sensitive.
They have tolerance.
Are not
they don't have zero tolerance for unpaved road because roads are still the way they are.
We have zero tolerance. So whenever you wear dreadlock, if you wear dreadlock, then you see, so copy that one now. I see a lot of people wearing dreadlocks in Enugu.
Yeah,
even women wear short.
Our governor is too busy for what people wear.
You're not saying my governor.
The governor is busy speaking grammar.
Oh, the governor is busy fighting native doctors.
I can see all of you are native doctors. I can see all of you are native doctors. You are also that. All I know is that my government is doing well.
Well, it's good. Security is improving. I give it to the government.
Let it be a sustainable one. You know, let it not be piece of the graveyard part, because you don't know. When you are fighting somebody, you hold him down on the ground. You don't know all those people you are holding on the ground. You don't know whether you allow them to get up again and start pursuing. So let it be that he will have a sustained peace. But whatever, like Martin just said something about lessons learned and you know, stepping down on other states, copying, and but we find in Nigeria no continuity. Everybody starts on his own. It's like and if they make it, because the governor now, you assemble Martin, make it a PE, and they assemble all the politicians. They will jettison whatever new arrangement and start a fresh one. Sit on people's money just to make sure this 10%, this 10% on written law. Okay? Because if you tell me you are tarring roads, yeah, good, but remember, and let them come out to say it was during P2B. Every one kilometer, the 10% is upon. Of how much you use, whatever you remove 10% is statutory. They pay it to the governor. And why is there some of them who understand that do a lot of projects and they call them Mr. Project? Then 10% they will reserve back to become godfathers and plans. Because you need money to be a godfather.
We don't know what happens behind the scene, but what we know is let them do the roads, let them set up our schools, let infrastructures come alive again. Let life be meaningful so that the Japa syndrome will stop.
That's what the typical Nigerian wants. Their prayer is the typical prayer of any Nigerian.
Then let the tariff, the rising tariff, rising everything, come down. Let them stabilize the economy. Let them stop dollarizing our economy, or dollarize our economy. Let them stop dollarizing our economy. Yeah. So let people leave other countries and come to Nigeria and live. That's our prayer.
That's our prayer,
Nigeria.
The prayer of every Nigerian. And I think, what is it like? We have done justice today, Oga?
Yes.
Nigeria Matano they finish. Nigeria Matano they finish.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming. We have, like you said, we have done justice to today's program, and I believe our viewers are satisfied with what has transpired in the last 1 hour or so. This is Signature Television, unscripted. Join us next time on this station. Thank you for viewing us. Thank you for listening to us. Gentlemen, thank you for coming. Wish you the best of the week. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
Welcome to Gender Perspectives on Signature TV.
Oga Judah is going out for an event. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Federal High Court grants recall process of Senator Natasha. Nigeria and Canada seal code-sharing deal on the new bilateral air service agreement. Trump pulls security clearances for Kamala Harris, Hillary Clinton. And Pope Francis plans to make first public appearance in 5 weeks on Sunday. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
A federal high court sitting in Lokoja, Kogi State capital has set aside an earlier ruling that restrained the Independent National Electoral Commission from receiving the recall process initiated by constituents of Kogi Central Senatorial District against Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan. The Federal High Court, in a landmark judgment delivered in Lokoja on Friday, affirms that the recall process is constitutionally valid and aligns with the civic rights of the constituents. The court urged the constituents to continue exercising their rights in an orderly and peaceful manner. The development was after the court on Thursday granted an interim injunction restraining INEC, its staff, agents, privies, or assigns from receiving, accepting, or acting on any petition containing signatures of members of Kogi Central Senatorial District. The court also stopped INEC from conducting any referendum upon such petition for the purpose of initiating a recall process of Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, pending determination of a motion and notice to the same effect. Nigeria and Canada have finalized a code-sharing agreement under a new bilateral air service agreement. The announcement was made on Friday by Festus Keyamo, Nigeria's Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, through a statement on his official X account. Said the deal is aimed at facilitating air connectivity and passenger convenience between the two countries. The agreement would enable airlines from Nigeria and Canada to collaborate on flight routes, creating a more integrated travel network between the two countries. Keyamo stated that he had signed the agreement on behalf of the Federal Republic of Nigeria during a formal signing ceremony in Abuja on Friday. His Canadian counterpart had previously signed the document in Ottawa earlier in the month and transmitted it through the Canadian High Commissioner to Nigeria, Ambassador Pascal Salviago, who represented Canada at the event. Nigeria and Estonia have reaffirmed commitment to strengthen bilateral ties and advancing digital economic growth between the two countries. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Yusuf Tugat, and Mina Lena Lind, Deputy Minister for Global Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Estonia, disclosed this on the outcome of a bilateral meeting in Abuja. Both ministers restated the readiness by the respective countries to overhaul the private sector, bolster trade cooperation, and advance digital technology. They promised to create platforms for dialogue between trade delegates by both countries and visit to each other to further strengthen their ties. According to them, the meeting centered on paving way for both countries to deepen diplomatic relations in various sectors of the economy, particularly on trade. On our part, Lind said a country would, among other things, focus on digital governance, expand trade, and investment across multiple sectors of the economy to advance a bilateral cooperation with Nigeria. The sole administrator of River State, Vice Admiral Ibok Etekwe Ibas, retired, has advised the contractor handling the State Assembly Complex project to speed up work and deliver it as mutually agreed. Vice Admiral Ibas retired said that part of his mandate included restoring full and effective legislative activities in the state. The sole administrator gave the charge when he visited the ongoing reconstruction work on the new assembly complex located along Mosque Road in Port Harcourt local government area on Saturday. Awarded to Monia Construction Company Limited, work has advanced commendably on a project that has about 34 en-suite offices on a two-story building with an elevator, gallery, meeting rooms, and a conference hall. So the administrator explained that in the last 2 days of assumption of duty, he had noticed a missing pillar in the state's governance structure and is determined to ensure there is a place for effective legislative activities after 6 months.
In the first place, to be here, to maintain law and order that will enable us go back to what the state is supposed to be. In the last 2 days, you're also aware that I had been at the executive arm of the state governance structure, and one of the pillars that is missing for now is the legislature, and for them to function effectively, they also need a place to work from. Perhaps I'm here to be sure that work is going on as expected, so that by the end of the 6 months, this place will be ready for those who need to use it. I think basically that's what it is. They have a schedule and they have timelines that I believe they will adhere to. Okay. I think the state has done its own bit by providing the necessary funds. I was briefed, and so the onus is on them to make sure that they keep to the terms. Okay.
Over 300 civil society organizations have risen in strong condemnation of a state of emergency declared in River State by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Representatives of the groups at a press briefing at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center in Abuja on Friday expressed disapproval of the president's decision. Correspondent Josephine Bitrus reports.
The groups argued that the suspension of the democratically elected governor, deputy governor and members of the State House of Assembly is an abuse of executive power, a violation of Nigeria's constitutional order, and the undermining of democracy in Nigeria. They noted that such actions without due process set a precedent that could undermine democratic institutions in Nigeria.
It was a split, and some assembly members defected. They defected, and you now had a pro-Wike and a pro-Fubara. In a democracy where they're supposed to be working for the people, giving them good governance, accountability, and transparency, that should worry every one of us. We talk about Nigeria, where it's going to. And we have to understand that if we do not fix politics, if we say it's none of our business, then the things that are happening in Nigeria today will continue to happen, where some few citizens who are supposedly elected into office to serve the people begin to serve only their self-interest.
There has been a coup against our youth, against every Nigerian. What the president has done is not just unconstitutional, it is anti-constitutional, it is anti-democracy, where a president abrogates to himself the unilateral decision to remove a sitting governor the governor's deputy, and the whole House of Assembly of a state.
The groups said even though it is the prerogative of the president to declare a state of emergency as outlined in the Constitution, this power is not absolute. It is subject to legislative oversight and judicial review to prevent abuse.
We saw in situations where legislators, people representing the majority of Nigerians, went into plenary or went into this meeting that they convened, and we saw that if you know that you are in support of it, say aye. For a constitutional requirement that says 2/3 majority. But unfortunately, at this time in history, Nigerians are seeing a situation where their legislators, with a voice vote, approved the proclamation of the president. This is clearly unconstitutional.
The civil society groups called on Nigerians to demand a reversal of the state of emergency in Rivers State and advocate for a functional democracy. The groups also urged the government to uphold its constitutional mandate and avoid actions that threaten the democratic rights of the people of Rivers State and all Nigerians.
Our demands. 1. Immediate reversal of the state of emergency. We demand an immediate reversal of the unconstitutional removal of the governor, deputy governor, and House of Assembly members in Rivers State. 2. Legislative oversight. We call on members of the National Assembly who were not part of yesterday's charade to speak up against the violation of the Constitution. We also call on Nigerians to make their displeasure known to their representatives. Judiciary operating on merit. There will be several lawsuits in the coming days, and I'm sure we all know that. We require the judiciary to review each case on its merit and not rely on technicalities to dismiss the cases. 4. Restoration of constitutional order. We urge all stakeholders, including the judiciary, civil society, and the international community, to closely monitor the situation in Rivers State and ensure that any emergency measures are strictly in line with constitutional and democratic principles.
The declaration of a state of emergency, as announced by President ENUGU on March 18, 2025, has sparked widespread criticism and concern among Nigerians. The civil society's group's condemnation is the latest in a growing chorus of voices calling for a reversal of the decision and a return to democratic governance in Rivers State. In Abuja, I am Josephine Bitrus for Signature TV.
The declaration of a state of emergency and toppling of democratic institutions in Rivers State by President Bola Tinubu has continued to attract condemnations from Nigerians. The issue came up again this weekend at stakeholders' engagement between the 2023 Labour Party presidential flag bearer and members of a Labour Party in ENUGU State. Correspondent Chinemeremi Kegbinam has the report.
The former governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, criticized President Bola Tinubu's decision to declare a state of emergency in Rivers State. Obi made the assertion at a meeting of Labour Party stalwarts hosted by the party stakeholders at Senator Kelvin Chukwu's ENUGU East constituency office and attended by prominent party members. Obi told President Tinubu to reconsider the decision, which he described as unjust, unconstitutional, and reckless.
I say, hey, if people are calling you this, people are not calling you this, people are not doing this, okay, no, our government can when I say, hey, without free in Nata, even in them, big apple, or a burden of leadership. When you are charging, this is the moment, so this is the moment. You are doing good. Because I see you are an idiot. Because I see never. ihe ga onye ọbụla ntị unu ga-anọ na-agwa unu onye ige ndị mmadụ ntị ka nji nkwu onye ga ndị mmadụ azụ ewuo one save those not iwe ka onye ara.
The acting chairman of the Labour Party in Enugu State, Kingsley Ugu, praised Obi's leadership, which he said has redefined political consciousness and brought about inclusiveness.
Excellency, your leadership has redefined political consciousness in Nigeria, championing a system rooted in justice, transparency, inclusive governance. As a party, we stand firmly behind your vision for a nation where rule of law prevails and governance serves the people.
Others in attendance took turns to express their appreciation and request guidance from Obi.
Because now ENUGU State is one level. Abona na near the case with Chaya. I'm a kind of a lion building. Manayadaba 2027. I need to have. His Excellency. Okay. Distinguished occasion very, very important. From Kagesi went on a House of Assembly. Majority leader. Minority leader. It's not it's unheard of.
Mr. Peter Obi, our own president. Our own president. Israel na Chebaya and they prove one man Israel Sirim Israel. I don't know where Nuka she had gave him. Aha and where the Zimon ha gave the sheep again. His Excellency of our President Arima
has not allowed our people to take their offices as minority in the House of Assembly. There are two types of leadership in an assembly. You have majority leader, deputy majority leader, majority whip, and deputy majority whip.
Or when you get the energy, you are getting back. Today, the energy is there back. I had that we have the structure. I was not a highway. Okay, I'll tell us last night the level of the world structure. We have structure now, we have people. And I have to do it. Excellence, what I want to tell you is that ENUGU is completely people party.
Obi's criticism is only one of the several others from prominent Nigerians and groups that have greeted the declaration of the emergency rule in Rivers State and suspension of Governor Similai Fubara, his deputy, and all state assembly members of the state legislature. The Nigerian Bar Association, Nigerian Labour Congress, Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, the Rivers State Elders Forum, and several other organizations and prominent individuals have condemned the action and called on the president to reverse the declaration. The newly appointed sole administrator of the state, Ibon Kete Ibas, has assumed office in Port Harcourt and is already calling the shots. He has confirmed the release of withheld local government allocations for the state and assured that necessary steps will be taken to ensure the prompt payment of workers' salaries. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam for Signature TV News.
Former President Goodluck Jonathan has criticized the suspension of elected officials in Rivers State by President Bola Tinubu, saying the move is capable of denting the country's image. Jonathan, who was speaking at a colloquium in Abuja on Saturday, said he was disappointed at the manner in which the elected officials were removed. Jonathan said although it's not the norm for former presidents to comment on issues in the polity so as not to heat up the polity, he believes that the image of a country and how much investments a country attracts is heavily dependent on the actions of executive, legislature, and judiciary of a country. According to him, his comment was necessitated by persistent calls from many Nigerians to speak on events in River State as a prominent son of a Niger Delta. He decried a situation where an individual can dictate to the judiciary what to do, saying that it makes it difficult for anyone to have faith in the judiciary. The Vice President, Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, Reverend Stephen Paya, on Friday called for national unity, urging the nation's leaders to embrace righteousness in governance. Paya made this call in Abuja at the National Day of Prayer 2025, organized by CAN with the theme Dependable God. The event brought together religious leaders and citizens to reflect on the nation's challenges and seek divine intervention. Paya emphasized the importance of collective prayer for national progress and divine intervention. The clerics expressed confidence in the power of prayer, citing biblical promises that encourage seeking God's guidance. He also urged national leaders to embrace righteousness in governance, referenced in the book of Proverbs, which says, "Righteousness exalts a nation." According to him, moral leadership is essential for uplifting Nigeria among the global community. The Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Hassan Abubakar, has directed Nigerian Air Force personnel to intensify air offensives against bandits while ensuring maximum protection for civilians. A statement by the group captain, Deputy Director of Public Relations and Information Headquarters, Nigerian Air Force, Kabiru Ali, on Saturday, said the directive aligns with the Nigerian Air Force Civilian Harm Mitigation Action Plan, reinforcing the commitment to precision air operations that prioritize civilian safety. Air Marshal Abubakar issued this charge during his visit to the Air Component Headquarters of Operation Fasem Yama in Katsina and Sokoto states, commended the unwavering dedication of the troops in combating banditry and aid them to sustain the momentum, emphasizing that air power remains a decisive force in dismantling criminal strongholds and providing crucial support to ground troops in the ongoing counter-banditry campaign. He emphasized that timely intelligence, well-maintained equipment, and high troops' morale are fundamental to achieving lasting security in the region. Up ahead, Nigeria Customs intercepts undeclared 289.5 billion naira at Abuja Airport. Nigerian Exchange Group lifts suspension on mutual benefits assurance shares. Stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
The Nigerian Customs Service, NCS, has intercepted an undeclared sum of 289 billion naira concealed in a carton of yogurt at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja. Customs Services spokesperson Abdullahi Maiwada disclosed this in a statement on Friday in Abuja evening, revealing that the seizure took place on Thursday. He said the suspect was aboard an Ethiopian Airlines flight 951 from Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Maiwada stated that the operation was based on credible intelligence and a thorough baggage inspection of an inbound passenger. Maiwada explained that advanced scanning technology helped detect the unusual density of the suspect's luggage. The West African Examinations Council has released the results of a 2025 computer-based West African Senior School Certificate Examination for private candidates. Some vehicles were raced on Wednesday when a petrol-laden tank exploded on Karo Bridge along the Abuja-Yanya-Kefi Road in the Federal Capital Territory. The fire destroyed at least 30 vehicles, leaving some motorists dead and prompting significant emergency response. The truck smashed into vehicles held in the evening gridlock and ignited a fire from its compressed natural gas, setting the other vehicles on fire. 2 days after the accident, Signature TV returned to the scene and brings you an update.
The day after the accident at the Karo Bridge intersection of the Abuja-Nyanya section of the Abuja-Kefi Expressway, another accident involving yet an articulated vehicle occurred. This time, according to eyewitnesses, 2 vehicles were wrecked in the accident, with 2 military occupants of one of them escaping with minor injuries. The occupant of the second vehicle was not that lucky. He is said to have died on the way to the hospital. There are indications that Thursday's accident was a replay of the accident of Wednesday, which eyewitnesses now recount.
Many people died. Many people died. Along the line, the fire service, they came to rescue and they tried. Immediately after the day before yesterday, then yesterday they were like trying to like take some people away from the road and like pushing some people so that they can be able to take the truck away from the road. Not quite long, another Dangote trailer came and hit one hijet driver and 2 soldier men inside their vehicle, one Land Cruiser. But before rushing the hijet man, the man has to go down, according to the news, that the man died. But instantly, the Nigerian road safety, they tried their possible best. They have to take the truck away from the road and clear the road. And by the grace of God, you can see how the road is now.
I'm saying this for people who they drive for this road between Karo and Nyanya. Every moment, every 10 minutes, 20 minutes, they will hear accidents. When you look, it will be down to the drivers. And when you look, them, they are small boys. What I'm pleading for all this soul will die, for this one will die. I thank God, the beg Nigeria. Let them know how they will do this express route. From Abacha Barang to from Abacha Barang to Nyanya. If beggar can help us to do it in the level land, I'll be happy over it.
2 days after the Wednesday accident, the commercial motorcyclists, some of whose members were victims of that accident, have returned to the same spot, blocking vehicles, constricting movement, and placing themselves in harm's way. The police say about 6 people died in the Wednesday accident, but residents are saying many more died, and appeals for blood donation at the Asokoro General Hospital and National Hospital, all in Abuja, seem to confirm that the fatalities may indeed be very high.
This is Kubo Bridge that leads to the middle-class residential area of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. Here on Wednesday, a major accident occurred from the failed brake of an articulated vehicle carrying cement. Now, the vehicle failed brake from this direction, and it was in the evening rush hour of that Wednesday, and the vehicle smashed into parked vehicles or vehicles that were held in the gridlock. The police says 6 people died, but people around say more than 20 died. And by last report of Thursday, 2 hospitals Asokoro and National Hospital were said to have been filled with the injured. Now, as I go down, you see that the Federal Road Safety, the police, and the vehicle inspection officers have cleared the burnt down vehicles, which official figures say were as many as 16. People are cleaning the roads, and what remains now is this ash. I will show you. This ash. This is the ash, maybe of the burnt out vehicles, maybe of cement, or maybe those who were unwillingly cremated in the inferno that erupted after this vehicle smashed cars that were here. But one thing is certain, families are mourning, businesses have been destroyed, and the challenge is again and again on this part of the Abuja-Kefi Road, accidents happen of this nature. Just as we are doing this, an articulated vehicle almost smashed through us and people who were walking. And the question that is raised is, what can be done to stop this kind of situation that arises almost on regular basis? From Karo Bridge, I'm Wabos and Jacko for Signature TV.
The Federation Account Allocation Committee, FAC, has shared 1.678 trillion naira among the federal government, states and local government councils for the month of February. This is according to a communique issued by FAC and made available by Bawa Mokwa, the Director of Press and Public Relations Office of the Accountant General of the Federation. According to the communique, the total revenue of 1.678 trillion naira comprised statutory revenue of 827.633 billion naira and value-added tax VAT revenue of 609.430 billion naira. It also comprised electronic money transfer levy revenue of 35.171 billion naira, solid minerals revenue of 28.218 billion naira, and augmentation of 178 billion naira. It said that a total gross revenue of 2.344 trillion naira was available in the month of February. Communique said that gross statutory revenue of 1.653 trillion naira was received for the month of February, which was lower than the sum of 1.848 trillion naira received in January by 194.664 billion naira. It said that the gross revenue of 654.456 billion naira was available from VAT in February, lower than 771.886 billion naira available in January by 117.430 billion naira. Communique said that from the total distributable revenue of 1.678 trillion naira, the federal government received a total sum of 569.656 billion naira. The state government received total sum of 562.195 billion naira. It said that local government councils received total sum of 410.559 billion naira and a total sum of 136.042 billion naira. 13% of mineral revenue was shared to the benefiting states at derivation revenue. It said that from the 609.430 billion naira VAT revenue, the federal government received 91.415 billion naira. The state government received 304.715 billion naira, and local governments received 213.301 billion naira. It said that oil and gas royalty and EMTL increased significantly, while VAT, petroleum profit tax, PPT, companies income tax, excise duty, import duty, and CET levies recorded decrease. The Nigerian Natural Medicines Development Agency, NNMDA, is is collaborating with the Nigerian Institute for Onchocerciasis, Trypanosomiasis and Research, NITR, to produce indigenous medicines for onchocerciasis and trypanosomiasis. Director General NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, said in Abuja on Friday during a working visit by Director General NITR, Dr. Joachim Ajakaye, the partnership was vital for agencies that share similar visions. Emeje said that the agency was working on establishing a public-private partnership model, PPP, adding that human capacity and capability were abundant in public institutions. NNMDA chief said that the agency had a legal framework to conduct research and development into natural medicines for humans, animals, and plants, hence the need for partnership. Ajakaye, on its part, said the institution's mandates included researching on trypanosomiasis and onchocerciasis, two neglected tropical diseases. Said the agencies will draft a memorandum of understanding to consolidate the collaboration. Lack of funding exacerbated by President Donald Trump administration cuts to foreign aid would affect the supply of life-saving food to treat 80,000 children suffering from acute forms of malnutrition in Nigeria within the next 2 months, United Nations Children's Agency said on Friday. According to the organization, a total of 1.3 million children under 5 suffering from severe acute malnutrition risk losing access to life-saving support this year in Ethiopia and Nigeria. UNICEF said it may run out of supplies to feed 80,000 malnourished children as soon as the end of this month. Vande Helden described recently being in a hospital in Maiduguri with a child who was so malnourished that her skin was falling off. International donors have in recent years reduced contributions to UN agencies, including UNICEF. Its funding woes were accelerated when the United States, a top donor, imposed a 90-day pause on all U.S. foreign aid on the first day of President Donald Trump's return to the White House in January. That action and ensuing orders halted many programs of the U.S. Agency for International Development worldwide have jeopardized the delivery of life-saving food and medical aid, throwing into chaos global humanitarian relief efforts. Horticulture stakeholders have urged the federal government to strengthen local production and supply chain of horticulture and grapes in order to penetrate the 43 billion euros European Union horticulture and grape market. Stakeholders made a call on Saturday during a webinar organized by the EU-Nigeria Agribusiness Platform. The webinar was entitled Market Insights, Opportunities in the EU Edible Vegetables Floriculture and Grapes Import Market. Chief Executive Officer, Senecal Kenya Limited, Bonaventure Mwagwa Hania, urged Nigeria to take advantage of its proximity to EU countries and the better sea freight rates that Kenya and other countries have. Mwagana said Kenya currently employed over 2 million people in the horticulture sector and generated about $1 billion in horticulture product export to the EU market. Senior Program Manager Competitiveness and Financial Instruments at the EU Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, Frank Okafo, reaffirmed the EU's commitment to strengthen trade and investment ties with Nigeria. Aliu Sheriff, Special Assistant to the President on Export Expansion, Office of the Vice President, said Nigeria was blessed with fertile land, abundant resources, and growing network of agribusiness entrepreneurs eager to compete on the global stage. Sheriff, who delivered the keynote, emphasized that Nigeria should take strategic steps to align with international standards, tap into high-value markets, and attract investment in key agricultural sectors. Nigerian Exchange Limited, NGX, says the suspension placed on trading in shares of Mutual Benefits Assurance has been lifted. The exchange made this known in its weekly report that the suspension was lifted on Thursday. This development allows shareholders to buy and sell Mutual Benefits Assurance shares on the NGX platform once again. The company was suspended on July 8, 2024 for failure to file its relevant accounts as and when due. in view of the company's submission of its 2023 AFS pursuant to Rule 3.3 of the following final rules, which states that the suspension of a trading in the issuer's security shall be lifted upon submission of the relevant accounts provided exchange is satisfied that accounts comply with all applicable rules of the exchange. Trading license holders and investing public are hereby notified that the suspension placed on trading on shares of Mutual Benefits Assurance PLC was lifted on Thursday, 20th March 2025. Still to come, Carney says Canada aims to have free internal trade by July 1 and meet U.S. tariffs. Northern Israel town returns to daily routine despite rocket fire from Lebanon. These and more after the break. The Sudanese army seized full control of the presidential palace in central Khartoum on Friday, said in a statement in what will be a major gain in a 2-year-old conflict with a rival armed group that has threatened to partition the country. The army had long been on the back foot, but has recently made gains and has retaken territory from the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, RSF, in the center of the country. The RSF has consolidated control in the west, hardening battle lines and moving Sudan towards de facto partition. The RSF is setting up a parallel government in its areas in control, although that is not expected to secure widespread international recognition. RSF said on Friday, hours after the army statement, that it remained in the vicinity of the palace and that it had launched an attack that had killed dozens of army soldiers inside. Pope Francis plans to make his first appearance in 5 weeks on Sunday, offering a blessing from the window of his room at Rome's Gemelli Hospital as he battles double pneumonia. Francis, 88, was admitted to the hospital on February 14 with a severe respiratory infection that has required evolving treatment. Its latest health update released on Friday, the Vatican said the Pope's condition remains stable with minor improvements in breathing and mobility. Pope Francis is slowly regaining his strength in hospital, but must relearn to speak after prolonged use of high-flow oxygen therapy, Cardinal Victor Manuel Fernandez said on Friday. There's still no official word on when he might return home to the Vatican. Fernandez said he did not know if he would be discharged in time for Easter, which falls on April 20. The Cardinal, who is the head of the Vatican's doctrinal office, dismissed speculation that the pontiff will retire, said it was returning to his
I make
self.
a heartfelt appeal for an all-out battle against the abuse of minors both sexually and in other areas, on the part of all authorities and individuals, for we are dealing with abominable crimes that must be erased from the face of the earth.
Visitors to Rome's Gemelli Hospital appeared cautiously hopeful on Saturday, as Pope Francis prepares to make a first public appearance since he was hospitalized 5 weeks ago with double pneumonia. The Pope usually offers a weekly midday prayer in the Vatican St. Peter's Square on Sundays, but he has not been able to do so since he was admitted to hospital on February 14. Francis has only been seen by the public once during his hospital stay in a photo the Vatican released last week, while it was heard in a brief audio release on March 6 when his voice was broken, breathless, and hard to understand.
He will do it in some other way. Hopefully he will soon, but this is by no means a guarantee, unfortunately.
I converted 4 years ago now. Even before, I had an esteem for Pope Francis, and I hope that God will help him, not in this world, because this world is only one of passage and suffering, and he is going through it, to go towards God Almighty and without sin, because everyone is a sinner. Hopefully God will give him a good end and welcome him in heaven with the other good souls.
Unfortunately, we hope for the best, that he will recover soon, that he will be able to speak, because otherwise the church will suffer greatly.
He will probably get a message across in written form anyway. I mean, his voice can come through in so many ways. It can certainly arrive in the way we are used to, but then he has shown in recent weeks that it has arrived in 1,000 ways, even through other people. So I'm sure he won't miss this anyway. His voice, even in the most difficult moments, and never more than at this moment, has been crucial. Hearing him say, even in written form, "Stop fighting the war and put down your weapons," is a very powerful message.
U.S. President Donald Trump on Friday took away security clearances for former presidential rivals Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton in his latest move against his Democratic opponents. The Republican president was also revoked the security clearance former President Joe Biden defeated ex-Secretary of State Clinton in the 2016 presidential election and Biden's Vice President Harris in 2024. Memorandum was issued hours after Trump arrived as its Bedminster, New Jersey golf property for the weekend. Trump also targeted Republican former Representative Liz Cheney, a sharp Trump critic, former Biden White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, and Fiona Hill, a Russia expert who served on its National Security Council during his first term. Mark Zaid, a national security lawyer in Washington who represents whistleblowers, and Adam Kinzinger, a former Republican lawmaker who is a sharp Trump critic, were among several others who had their security clearances revoked. He had already revoked the security clearance for Biden, denying the former president the traditional access to U.S. intelligence. Former U.S. presidents have traditionally received intelligence briefings so they can advise incumbent presidents on national security and foreign policy. 2021, Biden revoked the security clearance for Trump, who was then a former president. Canada aims to have free internal trade by removing barriers between provinces and territories by Canada Day on July 1. Prime Minister Mark Carney said on Friday, following a meeting with provincial and territorial leaders as the country responds to U.S. tariffs.
First Ministers agreed today, and again I thank them for this, we agreed today to develop a national trade and energy corridor strategy. For transportation, for energy, for critical minerals, and digital connectivity. And so the agreement is to turn what has been a concept into a reality that will diversify and strengthen our economy. We are creating a one-window approval process. We are committing to table legislation by the 1st of July for goods to travel across the country barrier-free or free of barriers, of federal barriers. So we're combing through all federal legislation for those barriers. We intend to, from a federal level, to have free trade by Canada Day.
London's Heathrow resumed full operations on Saturday, a day after a fire knocked out its power supply and shut Europe's busiest airport, causing global travel chaos. Some flights were cancelled or delayed as the travel industry scrambled to reroute passengers and fix battered airline schedules after the huge fire at an electrical substation serving the airport. Flights began to resume on Friday evening, but the shuttering of the world's fifth busiest airport for most of the day left tens of thousands searching for scarce hotel rooms and replacement seats while airlines tried to return jets and crew to bases. The vast majority of scheduled morning flights departed successfully on Saturday morning, with a handful of delays and cancellations, Heathrow's departures website showed. Police said that after initial assessment, they were not treating the incident as suspicious, although inquiries remained ongoing. London Fire Brigade said its investigations would focus on electrical distribution equipment. London's Heathrow Airport Chief Executive on Saturday said the airport will need a separate standby power plant to avoid another shutdown in the future. Thomas Bogby made the comments to the BBC a day after a fire at an electrical substation knocked out Heathrow's power supply, shutting down Europe's busiest airport and causing global travel chaos. Bogby said he did not know of another airport with an independent standby power supply that could power the entire facility, adding that any other airport would have to shut down if it experienced a similar loss of power, facing the prospect of a financial hit costing tens of millions of pounds. Pay. The travel industry has questioned how such crucial infrastructure could fade without a backup.
We don't expect any major amount of flights to be cancelled or delayed. We are operating as normal. We already have, I think, more than 150 flights that have been taken off on any busy day as the day today is, not just because of incidents of yesterday. It would have been a busy day under all circumstances. There are some cancellations and there are some delays. We are handling them in the same way as we would normally need. A separate standby power plant on the side, and we don't have that. Heathrow uses as much energy as a city every single day. So we don't have backup power for baggage systems, fuel systems, things like air bridges and so on. So whereas the safety systems are working and we can get aircraft in and out, most of the airport infrastructure comes to a standstill when we need to reset.
That's the news this hour. Thank you very much for watching. I am Barry Kumo Ado.
Top of the morning to you and welcome to your favorite weekend show on Signature TV, New Day. Well, we are poised to keep you informed and inspired. We'll be right back, and don't forget, I am your host, Chigichi Agoram. We'll be right back with newspaper headlines and reviews, so stay with us. Thank you for still staying with us. Don't forget, it's still a new day and we would like to hear from you. So we invite you to go on over to our social media platforms on Instagram, on YouTube, on Facebook. Go like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Welcome to our newspaper headlines and review. First up is Saturday Punch. And boldly written in front of the National Daily on Rivers Emergency Rule. APC opposition continue battle as PDP governors head for court. With riders, we can't watch democracy trampled upon, says Makinde. Sole administrator receives withheld local government funds and orders salary payment. In other news, Naira for crude crisis. Petrol imports rise to 154 million liters weekly. And PDP crisis deepens as Supreme Court reinstates Anyango as secretary. Osimhen record-setting brace revives Eagles World Cup hopes. Still on Saturday Punch, on matrimonial battle, how UK-based Nigerian women exploit law to chase out husbands. My wife's connived with a pastor to jail me, coming from a Nigerian man. School where my 4-year-old daughter lost her left eye ordered my husband's arrest, coming from trader. My abductors revealed planned attack on Ondo communities, coming from Afenifere youth president. Travelers stranded after Heathrow airport power outage. And finally, on the Saturday Punch, Oni plotting my downfall after I helped him become king, coming from Oluwo. Next up, The Guardian. Outputs of research outlets worries over huge investments and lean harvest. On politics, on page 28 of the Weekend Guardian, assessing El-Rufai's revisionist politics and Tinubu's re-election chances in 2027. Ledu, on feature news, Ledu, resilient path towards sustainable growth and $1 trillion economy. Still on the Wicked Guardian, Kano apologizes to court as trial resumes, pleads not guilty to fresh charges. Discordant tunes in Rivers as residents await administrators' plan to restore peace. Behold, Nigeria's first LPG extraction plant, gas to power project. Finally, on the Weekend Guardian, 1 feared dead, 30 injured as Osun communities renew hostilities. And to the Saturday Tribune, Makinde faults Rivers emergency rule, on page 7. Disquiet in APC over Ganduje, other National Working Committee members' tenure with riders. First-term governors kick against plan. Party moves automatic tickets for defecting lawmakers, on page 2. PDP affirms Ude Okoye as National Secretary, praises Supreme Court. Apex Court says party's decision is supreme, on page 2 of the Saturday Tribune. Oni asks Nigerians to ignore Oluwo, on page 5 with rider, God used me to install him, but he is looking for my downfall, coming from Oluwo himself. Rivers voters reject emergency rule, sue Tinubu, Senate President, and others on page 4. On Ramadan, parents, other stakeholders lament continued closure of schools, page 4. And finally, Adeleke imposes fresh curfew on warring Ifon-Ilobu communities and summons traditional rulers. Then on Weekend Trust, ex-councillor killed, houses razed as Osun communal clash worsens. We break our fast with handouts coming from Kanu family. And PDP secretary, crisis deepens after Supreme Court ruling. Those can be found on pages 21, 27, and 33, respectively. Still on the Weekend Trust, 64 years after, clean water still a mirage for Nigerians. The not-so-quiet lives of Nigeria's past leaders. Onto the Blueprint Weekend. On Rivers, emergency rule prevented full-blown crisis. Arewa think tank says Tinubu saved the state from anarchy, bloodshed, and economic sabotage. ECOWAS war against terrorism. How standby force will address threats in region, and says army chiefs with riders. Terrorism incidents increased from 1 to 4% from 2007 to 2023, coming from General Gani. ECOWAS most active regional body in the world, coming from diplomats. Next up is creating common currency markets to leverage member states' comparative advantage. Bulls return to equity market gains at 65 billion naira. ENUGU, the sacrificial lamb that saved Igala Kingdom. Quite an interesting story. Bulls, okay. Akwa Ibom police blast. I take that again. Akwa Ibom police bust illegal maternity home, rescue pregnant women and infants. Super Eagles disarm Amavubis to rekindle 2026 World Cup hopes. Taraba women hold 31% cabinet positions, coming from Commissioner. And finally, on the Weekend Blueprint, Rivers sole administrator urges peace and warns on violence. On Saturday Nation, IPOB, Kanu rearranged on treason charge before a new judge, with riders apologizes for insulting court, judge, and prosecuting lawyer. Royal Rumble, Oluo Oni clash over alleged dethronement plots. On PDP crisis, Anyanwu triumphs, returns as party's national secretary. Riders Supreme Court reverses judgment, sacking him as scribe. Ologunagba says Ude Okoye remains national secretary. Verdict confirms issue, not judicial matter. On Rivers emergency, IBAS direct payment of outstanding local government salaries, confirms release of withheld allocation. Legal expert backs Tinubu and slams critics. Super Eagles revive World Cup hopes, beat Rwanda 2-0. Finally, on the Nation, on Saturday Nation, Natasha raises fresh sexual harassment allegation against Akpabio. On this day, Wale Edun could also move to deepen fiscal and monetary policy collaboration. Nigeria-Canada sign code-sharing agreement. After Supreme Court judgment, victory claims deepens PDP power tussle. And federal government releases withheld allocations to IBAS. PDP governors head to court. That's the much we can take on our newspaper headlines. And very quickly, we'll move over to the reviews. And as usual, Chris Madoka, the oracle himself, is in the studio to always bring his passion and insights to some of our headlines. Good morning, Chris, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Chigi. Thank you, the world. I am happy to be here. It's a new day.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So, Chris, I will push the ball back to your court. Let me hear your thoughts on the state of emergency declaration in Rivers State.
It's overrated, yes, I've spoken about. everybody that can be talked about have condemned the emergency. They said the reasons given by the federal government, as far as they're seeing it from that side, and they think it is the best decision, they still came out to say it's not the best, because the constitutional matter and the state of emergency, the type that has come, might become anti-democratic. To think that it's coming from the president who was in the trenches to fight for the return of democracy in Nigeria, when they were fighting for Nadeko and all that, they went to every level to get democracy back.
I know quite recently he threatened through ECOWAS to shut down military junta from some West African countries. So he's averse to, military rule. It's
yeah.
It's
So to bring the military to Port Harcourt, to River State, with the excuse that the pipelines have been bombed, and
the pipelines are back working. For information.
And you see, so these are the things. And somebody said this is not the first time pipelines are being bombed in River State, and there was no state of emergency. Why now using a mallet to kill a fly? Whatever, it's there. The Senate has passed and said, National Assembly has said, it's a good decision, you can go. We have the remaining options that go to court or take the thing as it is. So a lot of people have complained. The PDP governors have headed for court. But what I want to say in this is that that when you carry the corpse of another person, it looks like you are carrying a log of wood. But they forgot that whatever goes around, it comes around. I don't know how to say it.
Goes around, around.
It goes around and it comes around. If on this day, the president and commander-in-chief have decided to call for state of emergency in River State and suspend the elected, that is actually the constitutional matter. If I appoint you as caretaker committee, I can remove you and put another person. But if the people of Nigeria really have the power to do what they have done, to elect who they want to elect, Constitution says if you want to call them back, you go through that process to calling them back. After all, they have started the process, we are told, to recall Natasha. And they're signing a memorandum and all that. In Nigeria, where most of the people got to power as politicians without going through those processes.
Godfatherism, for instance.
Now, this what.
So if a godfather probably installed a governor,
that's why
he has the power to.
That's why you're not putting it in my mouth. That's saying the Igbo proverb said, if you go to go and do juju for if you're a native doctor, and you go to do juju for someone, and they go there after doing the juju, they settle you with a live chicken, and you come back. Evidently, you go back to your shrine, kill the live chicken, and over say, hey, my people, the thing I worship, when I went for that trip, this is what came back, So the chicken who came through juju entered juju also. My people also say that, what they call that thing, alele, what they call it, millipede. In Igbo land, if you put stick and millipede coil on it, when you are throwing the millipede away, you throw about the stone. That is where people also faulted the emergency rule. If the millipede is Fubara and the stick is weaker, the people are still concerned. Why is weaker still there? Why did you throw away the millipede and keep the stick? The nation is ruled by it. At every point, somebody is responsible. Whether he does what is right or what is wrong remains a history to judge. Just like one lecturer I know who teaches mass comm, but he speaks English in thick Igbo accent. He said whether they are making right decision or good decision, they are making decision all the same. So the people who are in the charge of government in Nigeria are making decision, whether they are making right one or wrong decision, they are making decision all the same. But we expect that in democracy, when you are making decision, you looking at
the rule of law.
You know, because you must see the face of a woman who delivered a child, before you say, what's the sex of that child? You've not seen the face of the woman, maybe still reading in pain, and your concern is, what's the sex? Is it a boy or girl? Then you must be wicked. You can't babs. You can't cut somebody's hair at their back. You are there to rule us. So most of the things you bounce it around us. This is what, you know, where you feel you have majority of people say no. Then you wash the hand of pirate, like my mom will always say. The pirate said, you guys want Barabbas, not Jesus. I ask you again, who do you want? He said, Barabbas, not Jesus. I ask you again, then bring water. So that the history will bear me witness that is what you people want I gave to you. And in that Bible is biblical, and they say, let the decision collectively taken be upon them, upon their children. So you can see the power of people. I was listening to a viral video of Archbishop of Soka Diocese, that eloquent, philosophical man. He said, the problem we have in Nigeria this day is that no ruler of Nigeria, the people in power, do not listen to the people. They don't have any slight consideration of fear. There were days when he was, what would the people say? He won't refer to what example I've given about the pirate and the issue of, because he said they would have killed Jesus for a long time, but this time they say the people are afraid of what people will do, until they got the people complicit, and they put them in the pocket. It was easy for them to go and pick Jesus, and nobody talked. They even paid people who were supposed to lay false claims. They hired mercenaries to guard his tomb, but even at death, they were still afraid. Because once you start a lie, you continue to lie to protect a lie. No foundation. Because the next one we are going to look at, people have headed to court. That's it. Then they say sole administrator to restore peace. Restore peace. If you have gone through peace, then it will be easy. A bad foundation will never be get bad. We are not wishing. We're not wishing. We just wish that if the people have decided and say, we have been shooting our plantain with double barrel gun. So head or tail, the people of River State are losing. I've talked about it the first day it started. I said it was a case of two monkeys who found banana and couldn't share, and the chimpanzee found them and shared the banana for them. And you know what happened? They eventually went home swallowing saliva, not eating the banana, because of either greed or because of nkwechili. You know, I don't know how to put that. The Igbo said nkwechili go resistance. It can never be. No, resilience is positive, but this kind of nkwechi is negative and satanic, where you cannot shift the ground. Flexibility is about life. There are times you give and take, balancing. You cut to the flesh, put on the meat, cut the bone, and you know, balance. So that people should balance. It can never be you alone. If it has to be you, who else will ever come out? Thank God that man is not God. If men were God, Chigi, we will not be here.
But what do you think the exit plan is going to be now?
Exit plan? That is why they've set us. They've set us on assignment. Everybody is thinking about. They've not entered. We are talking about exit. My father said, "It's not to enter that's the problem. It's to leave."
Exactly.
Now they have Kobata. You are waiting for the Nkopu, and you want me to begin to think about it now. Who bought them to give me such an assignment? The way you came, you go that way. That is natural. It won't become from me. So if you had come through Nkobata, because no two bad things, no two wrongs can make it right.
True.
Then our wives in diaspora has been an issue. We've talked about it here. What happened? That people will pick Nigerian wives to go there. And then when they get there, their eyes will open. Quite recently, we find that, especially in Southeast Nigeria, that this idea of coming to marry wife from the people in diaspora has reduced by over 50%. Because the man who was stung by a bee, when he sees he sees a giant fly, he will run. These bees have been stinging our men, especially the
really
Igbo
in a bad place.
in the Yorubas, the Igbos are worse. I don't know what happened.
In terms of statistics or
tearing of eyes, yes, on this issue of when you get there. You may have worked all these days of your life, save blood and sweat to pay mortgage. And at what point you think you are still stable? You come to Nigeria to pick a wife. Your parents would have, through family makeshift, they will say, this family that are going to pick a wife for you, they think you deserve. When you get there, instead of two of you to know, the wife. And the American and European system had never been fair to a black man. But when they go there, a friend who suffered it told me, he said, Chris, when you come, they will prefer to give works to the wives. They will prefer to give work to the wives and leave the men vulnerable. When a wife is empowered in such situation, they start rollicking with the whites. Then you become a trash. And they will walk away. If you shout, you have to be reporting to police station every day to show that you're not trained, to see your children, to even enter your house, will not. And then when you shout the second time, someone like me would have been, they would deport you. And they will say, everything you have gotten, you lost to the wife. And the woman, what a conscience. What conscience? You leave, you send it, some of them are in the street of America and London.
Yeah, I saw one viral video.
Mad. Totally, because everything they want, they would rake. They turn them into human rake cages and carcass. And they will stay, enjoy. And then. But this, you know what happened then? Some of them started form the habit of shooting and killing the wives and said, after all, let's end everything. And that's not that everybody is supporting it, but that will tell you the level some people will get to. My father said, whatever you see somebody did to commit suicide, that thought was not a day thought. If you hear somebody committed suicide or did something so terrible.
You're talking murder now, not suicide.
But I use that as a proverb. For somebody to kill, either somebody or kill himself, if that is only a thought of one day, it's not a one-day issue. It must have been a pile-up of it. So, if you want to separate fight between me and Chigi, first of all, separate it in Kwankwaka. Let me not allow me push Chigi. Or talk to Chigi the way the Chigi cannot stand and talk back and he say, you just stop that at that point. But once I put Chigi, she must insist on pushing me back. And that's about life.
You think it's something that legislation can actually help?
Legislation is like Nigerians now. The women, they don't see what I see from here.
We have a Nigerian
they want to.
As a politician, leader of the Conservative Party.
The system there does not really want you. Even the woman from Nigeria is conservative has made some statement that tell you are not wanted. And then you go to where you're not wanted. They told you, if you do anything here, I will burn you alive. You went and took bath in the morning, night with a CNG. Oh God. I don't know what and you came up. It's like you're giving yourself just to burn, to incinerate. That is, you burn.
To burn.
Yeah, that's it. So that's it.
All right, moving on.
Kano apologizes to the court.
Yes.
Yeah, that was for
the outburst.
No, I think I'm beginning to see the gentleman in him, because each time we only see that, outpouring of emotions, and which
is often aggravating.
So, but now for him to have realized that for a way to go forward, there are certain things he must give in to get some.
He has gotten to apologize.
Now, if he had felt that he has outpouring on the court and the judges and all is not really called for unnecessary, and that he could have avoided it and apologized, it's a kudos to him. Let's also hope that with such apologies, they will now begin to see that he said he's coming down to accept certain things and they can talk and then get him out of that.
Do you want to speak on the Adeleke issue with the Osun State skirmishes, communal clashes?
The Olowo and the
Oni.
Let me just say Oni and the Olowo for war. What is happening here is a clash, and when this much revered traditional seats that still hold some holds some power.
But my question: everybody is fighting everybody politically.
Now that's what I'm saying.
The
politicians get, if they get to this level of setting such high revered positions against themselves, like what happened in Kano, the two emirs at court and the others. If this happened, and probably they will be watching this happening, then they find it something happening in Southeast, and they find the 6 regions, they find these most important heads of traditions and set them on Wagyu chairs fighting, they will under the ground, So you don't trust any politician.
You think this?
There's nowhere.
There are always political.
There's nowhere it happens. You will not find the hand of politics. You don't have a hand of politics and politicians in it. For all my life, I've never had woken up to hear that Ooni of Ife and the law for exchanging words. I'm talking about this one. Want to Ooni want to unseat or law for what?
They're actually accusing each other of trying to dethrone the other.
So you see, once that happens, people can go to any extent to protect. When it comes to you're trying to dethrone me for such much revered position, they can go to any extent. So when they set you on that kind of, what happens? When the 2 elephants fight, the grass is suffer. Clean water is still a mirage for Nigerians after 64 years. Actually, I had the experience of working in water sanitation and hygiene projects. So many. I worked in one in Bauchi, Rivers, and Ebonyi. I've worked in one in Delta. I've worked in Imo, Abia, And there is one currently going on that I'm doing this thing with Port Harcourt Water Corporation. Now, what does it mean? It's mirage. No utility, water utility in Nigeria is functional. Functional in the way that this modern time, they said they are utility. What they've done research, done survey, done evaluation, done a lot of things, and the people say, if you give us water, we'll pay. If you give us water, we'll pay. Now, the people are now waiting for the government to give them water. Because what they want to pay is, if you people are spending this kind of money they're spending on telecom and the energy, that's electricity, why is it that water has become a burden for government over time? The government should have shaded that. Shed off that load. Let it be on its own. Put up capital, project, expenses for them. When you give them water treatment plant, let them collect rates, water rates and bills. Give them empowerment to collect this rate. Let them use it back on operational and maintenance of those facilities. And you find that sustainability of water every day. But the politicians also are suspect. At this century, they still want to use water as politics. To come and tell you, I give you water. Water you, I fire you. And we say 64 years after, don't water and fire us again. If you want to give my people 1 billion naira water, give it to water. We'll give 1 billion to water corporation. Say, give these people water.
All right.
Do you understand?
All right.
So that they will use that money to produce water and do whatever they're doing. Not when you come and use it as politics. So the politicians are also suspect. That's why we have now had the bulk. Let me tell you, in my experience in water reform, the bulk of getting water in the state rests on the desk of governors. If they want,
you have said that a couple of times.
Yeah, so that's it.
Thank you so much, Chris.
God bless Nigeria.
It's always a fun time, having this chat with you on our newspaper headlines and review. And thank you for staying with us. Don't go anywhere. Our retrospect rundown comes up right after this timeout.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Many thanks for our Saturday retrospect rundown, where we bring you highlights on some of the discussions and conversations we had in the course of the week from Monday through to Friday. First up, on Monday, we talked about the roles of state government in urban wash reforms in Nigeria. Our guest was Dr. Sam Adejo Okedi, a wash reform and development expert. Do take a listen.
It depends on who you are talking with or talking to, but generally it refers to the prospects, the potential, the systems, everything that is in place to make sure that there is water supply, sanitation, and hygiene services to every human being. In the urban areas, it's used as water supply and sanitation. Small towns, water supply, sanitation, and hygiene. So generally, it refers to water supply, and you wouldn't want to underestimate when it is said that water is life. And I started this morning by taking a lot of water to rehydrate, to clean my system and everything. And basically, we can't live without water supply. A lot of things we cannot do without water. Knowing also that the constituent body of every human being is made over 70% or more of water. Water permeates all aspects of our lives and every time, everywhere. And the subject you are beginning to introduce, which has to do with urban water supply. You know, in our geographical setting, we have three levels of setting. You have the urban areas, you have the small town, then you have the rural communities. I think your focus this morning, or our focus this morning, has got to do mainly with urban water supply services. And that requires a lot, So let's start with that, urban water supply requires a lot. Yeah, let's start with that.
Absolutely. Three components of the WASH initiative, which is water, hygiene, and sanitation, just like you've mentioned. For sanitation, precisely, how much of, sanitation, frankly, do you think, sanitation, behavior, do you think that Nigerians themselves have? Because you first of all have to be clean before you have, the government coming to help with the situation. Do we have a culture of sanitation in Nigeria? What can happen so that Nigerians can actually start and try to imbibe or continue having the culture, depending on your answer, of sanitation?
Sanitation and hygiene is a very, very wide field. And if you talk about culture, I'm from a rural community. I was born, bred, raised in a very small community, in a small town. And the sanitation services were individually provided by households themselves. And if you want to talk about our sanitation, it's also been broken down. When you look at the systems that are in place, you have what you refer to as water sanitation, you have what is referred to as environmental sanitation. There is no very extremely clear line that separates these two. But if you talk about water sanitation, it refers to everything that is done to make sure that the water that is used is of good quality, serves the purpose that is supposed to serve, and then the waste that arises from the use of that water is adequately managed so that it does not impact negatively on human beings. When water is not adequately used and properly managed, it has a lot of impact on the health of human beings. And you can take for granted that over a lot of diseases that we have to deal with, in the country and globally, over more than 70% of the diseases that we have to deal with, more than 70% of the situations with ill health that we find has some relation to water. Either they are water-based, waterborne, water carried, etc. So it is important that sanitation is adequately addressed. In the current context, I know that sanitation is referred to as something that is an individual thing, but it is, as much as it is an individual thing, it's also an individual thing that has to be managed for the public good. Because the waste of one human being, the waste of one household, if it is not possible, if it is not well managed, if it's not properly managed, can also affect the health and well-being of other human beings. So as much as they are individual concerns, they have to be managed.
Tuesday, we had Timmy Dare, a media marketing and broadcast journalist, speak to Rivers State political crisis and latest dimension. Please take a listen.
Yesterday in Warri, there was a demonstration in Warri yesterday. I'm sure you are aware of that, by Niger Delta Youth Council. You know, a lot of people are also demonstrating, and so the threat when the former governor Yusuf Wike says it's not childish. They shouldn't take those threats, because there are things that happened in the days of those before amnesty was granted to. You saw what happened. You saw those kind of things that happened. Yes, military was there, but you know these guys are not. These are warlords. These are warlords. So those threats should not. I mean, if you have seen the latest video from Alhaji Asari Dokubo, you know that it's not just mere threat, but like he said, they were trying to make him come out so that they will now tag him as a terrorist, and but he said, look, let them just calm down. You were told that, I'm sure you are aware, that he also withdrew his boys who were manning the road from Emoha to Kalabari Kingdom. On that very day, he withdrew his boys to those private security guys that were that road. That could be very dangerous, because those guys have really been helping to curtail kidnapping and armed robbery on those the routes from Emoha to the Kalabari Kingdom. So they are not mere threats. It shouldn't be taken lightly. And I've also been told that the National Security Advisor is also advising that they tread with caution, trying to see how you can negotiate and then get a political solution to the problem. They are not mere threats. We must tell you, I've lived here in the last 20 years, and I can tell you that we know the way those guys work. A lot of them enjoy just being in the creek and then disturbing people and all of that. But for this particular one, they are about to support their own. But the government is saying, look, don't shed any blood because of me. We will definitely settle our issues. And so that's the thing. So the federal government should also wade into the whole thing. Leave politics aside. We must negotiate this. The security threat is becoming something else that, if it happens, both the innocents, both those who are not even aware of what's happening, whoever will cause the crossfire between the military and those guys, you know what it means.
All right. I actually wanted to ask this. I mean, because I'm just seeing an update right now that explosion has just rocked the Trans-Niger pipeline at Bodo, Gokana local government area of Rivers State. As at this time, authorities say they really don't know the reason for that, but there are some affected portions of that major pipeline is currently on fire. I don't know if you have an update regarding that, if you have seen anything regarding that particular explosion that's happening at Trans-Niger pipeline at Bodo, Kogana local government area. You have an update?
Well, because I'm here, I may not be able to have the update because I'm live with you now. But I'm sure that once I'm done now, they will check my platforms and I know those guys. So if it has happened, That means the federal government should really, because it's going to affect the economy of Nigeria. You know that Rivers State is one of the largest producing oil state in this country. And we're not supporting such kind of violence, you know, because of politics. But I think that regulators should sit down to avert this kind of situation. That is the truth. Both the governor, Governor Fubara, Minister Yeson Wike, the House of Assembly members should understand that what of legacy are they going to be leaving behind? So because of our personal fight, will not allow the nation to burn into,
Emergency in Rivers State. On Wednesday, we had Dr. Peter Emmanuel Kuki, the Acting Director, Center for Water and Sanitation Studies, RSU, speak on the subject matter. This is what he had to say.
Move constitutionally to remove the elected official. There is no power vested on the president to do that, because we are a federating unit. So I think there would have been a better way to look at the matter. For instance, there is a judgment of the Supreme Court. It bestowed on the president to insist that all the parties involved obey the Supreme Court order. The Supreme Court order was not just for the governor. It also had the House of Assembly also had a responsibility to obey the Supreme Court order, which was just go and present a budget. And it has been like mouse and cat and dog issue for presenting of a budget. Why don't you take up the budget, scrutinize it? Is it good? If it is not good, state why it is not good, and then make recommendation on what should be. But I think an average Nigerian politician don't understand that governance is a complex issue. And like we, you know, my PhD was on resource governance. We call it a wicked problem. And it is high time those who play politics understand that governance is all about negotiation. Governance is not, this is my right. And I watch the former governor FCC minister every day coming on air, talking. I feel that it is the job of the president to roll in his minister. I mean, the president just gave an order on when they had a.
Thank you for staying with us. Our Saturday retrospect will continue right after this interview session. While speaking to journalists on a press conference, Waziri Atiku Abubakar, a former presidential aspirant 2023, affirmed to a coalition. Well, the press conference was held to show his disagreement with the state of emergency that was issued and declared in Rivers State. And in a very uncanny turn of events, a journalist asked, do we see a coalition of opposition ahead of 2027, to which the Waziri affirmed and answered in the affirmative. Well, joining us this morning to put proper perspective to the developments, that will accrue after this, statement is Nze Chimaroke Nwosu. Nze Chimaroke Nwosu is a business consultant, is a social justice advocate, and also a public affairs analyst. Good morning, Nze, and thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So, a press conference, we all know the background to, this subject matter. Waziri was there to actually, decry the state of emergency that was, declared in Rivers State. And it wasn't even about coalition of any sort. And a journalist asks, and he affirms and says, yes, this is a coalition of opposition ahead of 2027. Do you think that affirmation was done in a haste? Was he boxed into a corner? Since it wasn't the subject matter, it wasn't the bone of contention, it was just something that came as a curveball because a journalist asked him a question. So what do you think? What do you make of all this?
Yeah, actually, Turaki Admawa, fondly called Atiku Abubakar, has been a known face and a figure in the political history of Nigeria, spanning back from the 1992 days when he ran for SDP primaries, and at the end of the day, he lost to of blessed memory, Abiola, and he was promised to be the vice to Abiola then, but unfortunately, Kingibe was brought in to replace him. But he didn't go back because he lead a particular political group called PDM, you know, People's Democratic Movement, which gave the inner force to the political development in that term dispensation. So what happened that day, they gave a press conference concerning the Rivers state of emergency. I think he was boxed into a corner, but they say the abundance of the heart, the mass picket. You know, you can see the political maneuvering going all over in the country by the political heavyweights, trying to coalesce with each other to form a formidable opposition, like they called it. But I think in my own way that they are becoming so late, because if you look at the political trend of the country, after May 29 this year, that's midterm of the 4 years tenure of this president administration, any serious opposition by now should have formed a shadow government, shadow group as an opposition to interrogate the policies and programs of the sitting government. That's how you get a strong coalition to unseat a sitting president or a sitting government. It's not always easy all over the world. How much the country, a development nation like ours, where we don't really most times keep to our ways, obey our rules and our laws, so to say. You know, so any coalition that have not started forming roots now may not really succeed, but I think it's what is needed to make sure that the tides is being changed in the country now. And looking at the personality of Atiku Abubakar in the political terrain and climate of this country, he needs to lead that bold face. Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and the likes need to lead that bold face because they have had a retinue of followers for a very long time, and they are showing in the last general election to 2023 was very impressive. If not for missing of figures and what have you, mutilation and whatever, we would have gone for. In fact, people thought for people were thinking for a rerun. I didn't, because none of them meet the threshold of being declaring a president outrightly. But you know what we have? The judiciary is always there, that seen as the last hope of the common man, became the undoing of our democracy today. So I think a coalition of the opposition is most needed at this time to make sure that there is a change of government program and policies for the good of Nigeria going forward.
Talking about change of government, well, in 2015, actually, there was when the APC overthrew the ruling PDP in the presidential elections. Could you take us through, because you did mention that the coalition is a bit belated, could you take us through what their strategy was that, ensured that, success at the polls, and then compare it to the coalition and, the alignment you're seeing with, our current opposition parties?
Yes, what happened, that was why I'm a bit worried about the coalition being in theory and not in practice. If you watch what happened after 2011 election, the breath of fresh air, when Goodluck Jonathan, after completing the period of Yaradua, came in and stood in for PDP, and that was that election he won. So in 2015, immediately the so-called or the opposition party then, the ACN of this world and the likes, lost that election. They went into a post-mortem review of what happened in 2011, and they saw where they had the problems, the gaps. Part of the which were the messaging aspect of their campaign, the mobilization, the reach, the regional coverage. I think people saw them as regional and religious inclinated political group then. But the ACN was coming from the flank of the southwest, while that of the CPC, led by Buhari was coming from that of the north. I think looking at the flowing of the two figureheads, the current president Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the Muhammad Buhari joining together with all their followers, I think they said, okay, we could do away with this sentiment of religion, regionalism, ethnicism, and come with, and throw up a Nigerian political group.
Common front.
That was how they left their identity, the original identity, and say, let's all have a common front. And I can tell you, who midwife this is our brother Obunayono of Blessed Memory, who was the chairman of AMPP then, ITME. He was the one who reached out in secrecy to Buhari and also to Tinubu before they could agree, ITME, and came on board. In fact, he was started to be the vice president for Buhari. But because of the heavyweight, the command of Tinubu was given who actually wanted to be the vice president. But because of the kind of persons, Bukola Saraki, Atiku Abubakar, and what have you, that are part of that coalition then, I think they say, no, we cannot have a Muslim ticket now. It is too early to do that. Even if we tried it during Abiola and Kingibe, it was. But now the country is divided across such hard lines, yes. I think. So at that point, Tinubu was not okay. In as much as we know you are going to be the one to, you are supposed to be the vice president candidate for this group. Can you please nominate anyone? That was how Professor Imoshibanjo was thrown up, having worked with Tinubu as the AGF of Lagos State then, and they've been a trusted ally for so many years. He threw up with him single-handedly, and the good thing, they won that election. Because they went home and look at where did we get this thing wrong? Who do we need? Before now, the political group in Nigeria see each other in different parties as opposition, as enemies, not just opposition. But at the time they ended that particular 2011 election, you know there are some bad, angry people, angry members who left PDP, the likes of Atiku Abubakar, the likes of Bukola Saraki, and what have you, Tambowa and co. They left, so they now went and grabbed them. So now, can we have such thing? You can see maybe they started in 2012, started 2013, begin to do mobilization, begin to do protests in all the regions of the country, in all the states of the country. I think they didn't just go and sleep. But what I see after 2023 election is that the opposition parties were not together. Almost every one of them are having internal crises, challenges. There's no figurehead, so to say. I get me. So in that regard, it will be difficult for them to form a coalition if they don't start now. If you don't, in the couple of months, another, this is what it is. Whether P2B will be the face of that coalition, whether it's any other person, I get me. They may not be able to get what we need in 2027. I get me. You know, politicians think of the next election, while the statesmen think of the next generation. So for those who are in power today, they are all politicians. They are thinking already, immediately they were sworn in, they begin to think about how would they win 2027 election. How would they stay longer than expected in power? Even with the hard policies of the government that's affecting everybody. But they are working day and night to see how they can be able to transform those negative policies that people feel in perception that it's bad for them, that they will not allow them to even think of voting them again in 2027. But before that 2027, you can see some eggs, some low-hanging fruit they will throw to the masses, because they have weaponized poverty in the country. That even if you are kept hungry for as much as 20 years or thereabout, the moment they offer you a slice of bread, you will say, let me use this one and quench my hunger. And you forget those days of your hunger, I think your poverty and penury, you know.
Yes.
That's what happens.
Now, you did allude to the fact that it seems as though the Waziri, Atiku Abubakar, was boxed to a corner in, affirming, the question by the journalists. It wasn't a press statement to come and say, hey, there's a coalition going on.
We can.
Regardless of the fact that you also said that it's a bit belated. Now, do you think it's what's going on in Rivers State was the last, straw that broke the camel's back, for the PDP and other opposition parties, now consequently causing them to fight for this opposition?
Of course, that Rivers State action was a shock for me.
Can you tie the knots for us and tell us how everything ties together?
Yeah, that Rivers State, there are spring states in Nigeria.
What do you mean by spring?
Spring state, the states if you have them in your government, your team, a stronghold, you go and sleep, so to say. And those spring states are Kanu, Lagos, Rivers, Ogun State. If you come to Southeast here, you have Anambra as one of the spring states here. These are if you don't win them, you may not be returned Kaduna, you may not be returned elected, so to say. You know, and if you don't have the resources, you may not be happy. River states and the Delta combined produce, let me say, 65% of the resources of this country in terms of crude oil pumping or whatever. I think and you cannot play with such states. So the moment P2B won River State, at the 12 a.m. or 12 noon on that day of election, the result had been announced all over the world. But the likes of Wike, the gladiator of the Rivers politics or whatever, stopped the announcement of the election. In fact, coppers were killed even, those who are returning office or whatever. And they didn't announce it. They're using it to negotiate for Tinubu because he already said he will not support Atiku Abubakar because it was such change in the primaries of PDP. And P2B did not allude or align with his proposal. So he now keep sealed mouth, only give P2B the allowance to campaign in Rivers or whatever. But P2B had an organic followership. He didn't coerce them. He didn't give them anything to follow him. People were following, putting their money, their resources, everything to just throw up a new Nigeria. So, but Rivers, having said that River has that particular number, they need to use Rivers to negotiate power. And what Wike did was to get Rivers to negotiate power by changing, mutilating the result and whatever, and it was added up at the end of it all to make Tinubu win. But they're looking at the trends across board, across the regions and the geographic zone. Obi was doing very well. He may not, where he didn't win, at least he became third or second. So when you add the numbers together, when the result of Lagos and the FCT was announced and they say we won, that's it. The law we have in the country is that if you don't win FCT, you will not be returned elected as Nigerian president. That's the law. That's the constitution. But whatever the judiciary did to remodel that and change it to something else, I don't know. Where FCT is seen as a state, it's on revenue sharing, not on political aspects. On politics. The Buhari have lost this election twice and they say he didn't win the FCT. Even if you win other states and don't win FCT,
25%
plus FCT, you cannot be returned elected. But whatever Tinubu do or the APC of this day did to get that particular thing changed, I don't know. Maybe we should another conjecture we need to unravel. But the happening in River State today is a tough wake-up call. Not just for PDP, not just for Labour Party, SDP, AMPP, or whatever, but for Nigerians. It's high time everybody will rise up and say, we are all political beings. Depending on what, even in this office we are here, you are political, you have politics here. And he who holds political power commands economic power, commands regional power, commands whatever power you have on earth. It's the political power. One policy will change the lives of Dangote to go into hiding. That's what it is. So the issue of River State today is an issue that everybody should not go to sleep about, even though they say it's 6 months. I cannot understand when we are into a democracy of 25 years and above, and the practice of the then military is what we are still bringing on board. If you want to bring a sole administrator to River State, don't you see any civil servant, any former PAMSEC from Rivers or from anywhere who will now steer the ship of that particular period for the period of time, even when the court will say, okay, they'll change it or not. But what he did was to go and bring up a military person again, for that matter, to come and steer the ship in Rivers for that 6 months.
Very ironical.
Very ironical, to say the least. So it means that we are saying that we as politicians, we as civil people, are not better than the military. The military should come back and take over leadership in the country. I stand to be corrected if that's not what they meant. Because given that endorsement is telling that the military are better. Check the development in Nigeria. Most of the things we have today, we're doing today, are done by the military leadership. Even though they are leading by the gun. Tell me what else that the democracy from 1990 they have done, except the one that was done by Obasanjo administration. Tell me what else. All the whole infrastructure we have in the country today are done by the military, are built by the military. Rather than transforming them and taking them, making them better, we are killing all of them. Where are our blue chip corporations in the country?
Technocrats.
Where are they? Where are they?
But do you think the president could be a victim in this whole saga, seeing that he himself has been advanced to military dictatorship? He, as ECOWAS leader, actually threatened some West African countries and threatened to overthrow the military junta. So do you think he himself, this is just, by the way, it's not the crux of the matter, but I want you to speak to that. Do you think he is a victim in all this?
If he's a victim, that means, let me not use let me not sound immodest. He is would I say, that is there anything like intelligent victim? I don't think he should be a victim today, because he has been a thorough Democrat for a long time. I have been preaching for the tenets of democracy to be operated. I was taken aback. I was shocked. Anyone who ever advised him to take this hasty decision didn't do well for him. He had dented the political image as a person, as a Democrat. The Tinubu I know, who championed, who sleep on the street, who fought Abacha, who left this country under Nagito and came back here, and today is the president, to take this kind of decision.
Which is why I asked.
When you look at the 305, so 305 constitution, that there are sequencing of action. And it's even it's the governor who will ask the president to declare the state of emergency. What will happen in terms of state of emergency where the administration cannot be able to make laws, that the assembly, is that the federal assembly will take over the lawmaking for that period. But they cannot even make law that will change the move the governor. They can't impeach the governor.
It's a constitutional matter.
It's a constitutional matter. This is not by policy. So, but when we pick and choose the one we obey, how would you remove a sitting governor elected by people, but the same mandate you enjoy, and you didn't remove, think through that you ask the Minister of FCT to set aside for the period, because he come on air and made bold declaration and threatened a whole nation of your group. What will happen? Who they are? Who tell you he can do that? When you take the tradition backward, you see where Wike started his political life.
All
he
right,
was broke up by people.
Before we go down that rabbit hole, we're trying to tie the relationship between the coalition and what's happening in Rivers State. So are you saying that the coalition became necessary to salvage Nigeria's democracy?
It is more than necessary at this point, and they have to wake up.
I'll tell you why I said that. In an interview with a chieftain of the Alliance Party, he was saying that his party will not be part of the coalition, and his reason was that the coalition is a result of angry people coming together, to form a coalition. And when they were in power, talking about El-Rufai, Nasir El-Rufai and Wazir Atiku Abubakar, they didn't even do better themselves. What do you think?
I don't know the person that you interviewed anyway, and the party you are talking about, but I want to answer you with our local dialects. As na opera arebara na agalu yang wine, meaning that if the first son does not go mad, become angry, he will not be married for. The tradition of Igbo land is that the father establishes the first son, like the heir apparent. Whatever happened to the other sons doesn't matter, but the father will establish who is the successor. So the reaction, the action of the APC of today, of those days, was as a result of anger. They were irritated, they lost and became angry. So don't that will make you to begin to change, begin to agitate, or begin to ask for what belongs to you. Is that you are being
your anger
you are not being treated well.
Yes,
you are not treated well. If you are treated well, even at home, even in marriages, you will not complain. But the complaint of today is germane. It's legitimate, because it's a lot of things are not being done properly, that you say, no, this is not what we agree. And you begin to agitate. That's okay, I'm not looking for part of this group or part of that group. And you now begin to throw up this kind of reactions. So coalition is thrown up by not being comfortable, or not by being aligned with what the establishment are doing. It's cultivating what their action is. That throw up coalition anywhere in the world. I think you look at what is happening in Germany today and all this Western world. There are coalition over there. This party will join with this party will join to make sure they sit the government that are not doing well. So coalition is as a result of anger. But reverse action of state of emergency by the president is a wake-up call that is staring at our faces, not just as politicians. Civil society group, the women, local women, the town unions, everybody should wake up. The student union should wake up and condemn this evil. It's an evil that is waiting to deal with us in the future if nothing is done. Don't tell us that Obasanjo did in his own days against diarrhea and whatever. No, we have gone past that particular age in democracy. If we are the symbol of leadership, of relation in Africa, we should be seen to be doing those things in that light.
All right. The leader or the flag bearer, as we know it all, of Labour Party, Peter Obi,
yes,
was conspicuously absent in that press conference. Do you see Labour Party aligning with this coalition?
Yes, I see the Labour Party aligning because Obi have said it's not about being a president of Nigeria that he's interested about. It's about betting a new Nigeria, where everyone, every Dick and Harry, every citizen of this country, whether you are from the east, west, north, and south, have the same major treatment. I think me enjoy the same treatment as every other person. There shouldn't be any sacred cow or whatever. That is the essence of coming into politics. Obi, as a person, is very comfortable. He's one of the richest beings in Africa, if people don't know. But he's not looking at his wealth or whatever. But you want to see how he can be able to transform the country, change the country. Knowing full well, if you don't hold political power, you cannot do much. So when you look at that conference, you can see Tanko, the coordinator of national coordinator of the Obedient Movement, he was there. If that man is there, it means that Obi is there in principle, is there in spirit, but he's not there in spirit. Obi is not
any statement, any way to align.
Obi reviews anything you say, and that is why you cannot find Obi wanting whatever he is doing. Check it. This is the only man who can throw up his data if he function to the FCC, to ICPC, or to anybody. Say, please go and check. I will foot the bill. Go anywhere in the world. If you find me wanting anything, please, I will stop this. Nobody can do it. Not even one person can do that. So whatever you see Obi says, before he comes out to say that thing, he must have thought through it, line by line, and know that this was. Obi is the only man that has a trust of Nigeria today. Take it or leave it. He has a trust of the young generation, the old people, even those who cannot even walk or talk again. Ask them, he has their trust. So he is very careful of taking any action that people will look at and begin to interpret. He's just gauging the water. You know, for you to enter into a stream, you use one leg to watch. If you put your two legs, the water may carry you once. He's looking at what is happening. If the coalition is going to favor Nigerians,
do we have time to take that kind of critical look at
from what they believe? They are the politicians. You know, we are just a civil society group, and they may know what they're doing at the bedroom. You know, in the morning they as if they are not together. In the evening, you see them dining and whining somewhere. Maybe for Atiku Abubakar to have, in the presence of El-Rufai, who did not believe with him some years ago, now believing with him as one things, to say that in the public, on air, before the camera, it means that there's reach out, there's connection that we are not seeing. And I believe if they can take up this theory into practice, create a shadow platform of government, how they are going to be, show people what they can do differently than what this going to do.
Now,
I think
as a parting shot, in just a minute, if for any reason Obi is not selected as the presidential flag bearer, will Labour Party still be in a position to still be part of the coalition?
You know, Obi have said that the Obedient Movement, or especially is not tied in a particular political group or family. So Labour Party may not enjoy Obi candidature if things are not being properly done, because they have internal issues that are yet to resolve now.
All right.
So the movement is for Nigerians, and if Obi is not thrown up, it may be difficult to unseat this government. That's the truth about it. Obi is the only trust that Nigerians are looking up to salvage the issue.
Thank you so much, Nzechi Maroke, for your insights and perspective. It's been a great time, talking with you. And I'm sure we learned a thing or two. All right, New Day continues after this time out. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Thank you so much for still staying with us. We are still continuing on conversations around the declaration of the state of emergency in Rivers State, and joining us via Zoom is Professor Benjamin Ogele Okaba. Professor Benjamin is professor of president of Ijo. I beg your pardon, 1 minute. He's the president, Ijo National Congress Global, and he's going to be lending his perspective on declaration of state of emergency in Rivers State, the Ijo Nation's perspective. Good morning, Professor. Can you hear us clearly?
Yeah, I'm hearing you very clearly. Good morning.
All right.
Good morning. Good morning.
From the happenings since the announcement or the declaration of the state of emergency in Rivers State, there has been a lot of reactions, across the nation, across associations, and of course organizations. What exactly is the mood of the Ijo Nation following this declaration?
Generally, very sad, sober, disappointing, provocating, because for us, it is multiple illegalities and infractions, not only on the Ijo people, but on the Constitution of Nigeria and with the state of things. Unless there's a reversion, this country might be leading somewhere that will not be good for all of us. We felt bad right from the beginning because a president that was elected on a democratic platform as because of the actions and inactions taken on, particularly on this Pobora issue, has dented its democratic credentials. We are also very disappointed because the same president criticized President Jonathan in 2013 when at the peak of insurgency in Adamawa, Yobe State and one other state in the north, state of emergency was declared, and President Tinubu in 2013 said Jonathan's actions were dangerous, or a dangerous threat to democracy. I never expected him. I wouldn't say made that kind of statement. It's time to act. You criticize something, but now you are doing something differently. For us, It is not about Wike and Pobara. It is a class struggle between a bourgeois class that wants to capture power and resources at all costs, at any cost, to deprive the masses of the dividends of democracy. It's about a president that is pampering somebody who by now in a civilized country should be in jail. Somebody who has caused the entire crisis in Rivers State is being pampered. And you are suspending or even intending to sack a governor that was elected democratically by the people. You can see the desperation. And for a president to be clapping hands for such a person means that he has chosen Wike and his class of adventurists, political economic adventurists, over and above not only Ijaw people but Nigerians. He has decided to discard wise counsel. Look, just like you mentioned, all over this country, people have spoken loud, clear, condemning the actions of Mr. President, even condemning the approval of the actions of Mr. President. Is very wide across states, across religions, across parties, across class levels. People are saying this is dangerous for Nigeria. The president has not acted as a Democrat. The president has simply favored. In fact, his pronouncement have been considered to be parochial and partisan, and it's not expected of a leader who enjoyed the heavy support of Nigerians while coming onto power. Ijaw Nation will react appropriately. Ijaw Nation will not sit by because we have faced so many deprivations. We have still faced discrimination, exploitation. We have so many laws in this country: the Land Use Decree, the Petroleum Act, the balkanization of Ijaw Nation into politically insignificant entities, etc., etc. These are issues that have been bothering us. We have, for that reason, made requests through constructive engagement for a better deal. And this one is just coming as another slap to Ijaw people. Going forward, I may just want to say that Ijaw Nation has already convened a meeting. In fact, the advert is on Vanguard of yesterday, where the cream of Ijaw Nation shall meet in Yanagwa on Wednesday to take a cursory look at the state of Ijaw Nation and the way forward to our self-determination drive. Thank you.
All right, Professor. You did state that it's not just the declaration, it's not just about Fubara or Wike. You've also said that it's a clear breach in the rule of law and unconstitutional. However, we cannot shy away from the fact that all this started because there was a fallout between a political godfather and his godson, and they both happen to be on both sides of the ethnic groups, talking about the Ijaw Fubara from the Ijaw Nation and of course Wike coming from the Ikwere tribe. Now, would you say that this is beyond political tussles, that this could be an Ijaw and Ikwere tussle? Do you think is more ethnical than it is political?
Well, let me categorically tell you that any attempt to bring in ethnic coloration is to distort the facts. Let me shock you with this. On the 27 assembly members that signed for the impeachment of Obra, in fact, if you look at the list, the first 11 are Ijaw people. Ijaw people signed that their own brother should be sacked. Who are the leaders in Wike's camp? George Sekebo is an Ijo man. Alabrabra are Ijo people. These are Ijo, well-respected Ijo elders, champions of the Wike camp. Now, if you go to the other side of the divide, you also find Ikwere people. Ikwere people are massively supporting Fobra. So it is about interest. It is about who they like. It's not about what they consider to be right. It is about who they like and who they will benefit more from. That is the divide. That is the divide between the bourgeois and the proletariat. So it's not Ikwere. In fact, our brother Wike has made several attempts to say it's the job people that are fighting Ikwere. And we have said Ikwere's and Ijo people are in sync. In fact, the entire Niger Delta shall be demonstrated in some days to come, I'm aware. The entire Nigeria, all Nigerians are condemning across ethnic borders. So it's not an Ikwere Ijo fight. Ikwere people, in fact, Wike is not speaking the minds of Ikwere. It's not the spokesperson of Ikwere. The Ijo people came to support SIM because, one, for 24 years, we have been denied political power in Rivers State. If you go back to the history of Rivers State, you see that the Ijo people fought for the creation of Rivers State. People died for Rivers State. People died, people died for Rivers State. And when somebody comes out to call Ijos minorities in Rivers State, in a place where we have 10.5 local government areas, you said we are minorities because you have cooked up fake figures, right? And insulted the Park Clark. I don't think Wike was fair to insult Ijo people at the point that was 2 years ago. He said thunder, fire Ijo. Like I said earlier, we have signed the thunder to him, and you can see the thunder is ravaging him comprehensively. And so it is not about Ijo. We are defending our integrity. We are defending our political rights. We are championing this because one, in the first place, is our son. And we have a right. We have a right to support our son. We have a right to defend our son, particularly where nobody has come out to say that this is what he did that was wrong. And in doing that, like I said earlier, in doing that, we are in sync with the Ikwere ethnic nationality. We are in sync with the Ogonis. We are in sync with so many other Andonis, so many other, not Andoni, Ijo people. We are in sync with as many ethnic nationalities across the Niger Delta, not just this one. In fact, we have the solidarity of the Northern Elders Forum that I even advised President Tinubu only yesterday or day before yesterday that he must revise this. He must revise this punitive action that is taken against Ijo people, taken against the people of Rivers State. It is a fight between the forces of darkness and the forces of light. And I must say this, that yes, Wike will be counting gains when the orchestrated Supreme Court judgment declared. He said there was one against this amendment will come. So we saw the issue of the suspension as one of the options. They are planned out. They went to Abalama to provoke people. The same Wike told the entire world that is it only Ijo people that can blow pipeline? Ikwere people can also do. And 2 days after that statement, pipelines were blown off in Rivers State. We have requested for thorough investigation because we are sure for somebody who can go to any length and at all costs to say this man will be removed and heaven will not fall. Blowing of pipeline might just be one of those things because he wanted something to show. To prove that there is lawlessness and all that. And we have said clearly, in Nigeria, there are very many troubled states where military officers and civilians have been killed rampantly. You have not faces situations that are worse than the crisis in Rivers State. These things are managed. but not in such unfair manner of throwing away one part and pampering the other part, because you are using him, you have seen him as somebody that will help you advance your quest for inordinate power. That's just it, simple and clear. Wike has been seen as the person that can drive his dream of coming back to power. And we have told ourselves, if he has called us very weak people, if he has called us insignificant persons, we have a right to show that we are not insignificant. Definitely, the John National Congress under my leadership will take appropriate actions, not by violence, to show that we are not weak. Not violent, because we are not a terrorist organization, but we are going to take appropriate actions that will make Mr. President and Wike to know that you cannot undermine our people. You cannot undermine our sensitivity. Thank you.
All right, Professor. Obong Victor Atta, one of the main leaders of the PANDEF, have actually come out to say what transpired when the PANDEF went to meet with the President Tinubu to wade into the issues, the crisis in Rivers State. And he said that the President asked them to go tell Fubara to abide by the rulings or the judgment of the Supreme Court, which they did, and they saw Fubara move in to actually fulfill, those stipulations. However, when they called for a meeting and asked the President to also wade into, their ability, because they've not been able to speak with the Minister of the FCT, Wike, so they asked the President to wade into that too. And afterwards, the state of emergency was declared. Now, do you think that all possibilities for a dialogue has broken down, all opportunities for dialogue has actually broken down, since you alluded to the fact that Northern elders and some other pressure groups have actually waded into the matter, asking the President to step down or reverse the declaration? Do you think there's a possibility for that, seeing that all other opportunities or options for dialogue may have actually broken down? What are your thoughts?
No, I don't think that opportunities for dialogue have actually broken down, because I want to strongly believe that the President must be regretting some of the actions they have taken. Yes, he must be regretting, because it never there is a ripple effect. I want to believe that it should be his top priority to ensure that with the window created, he has to come in and do the needful. I can tell you that if Mr. President prioritizes or decides to prioritize the interest and development of the people and Nigeria, the advancement and of democracy in this country, if he has that as a priority, it will be on the top of ensuring that these issues are declared, are resolved very, very quickly too. If Mr. President calls Fubara and calls Wike and invite a few of us and ask them what is the trouble, and let them place the conditions for what is infuriating them. If, for instance, Wike has 7 demands and Fubara has 5 demands, these things can be harmonized. But all along, Mr. President has been very, very unfair against Fubara and the masses. He has always been supporting. Okay, PANDEF members came to you to say, please, we have tried to meet with both parties, but Mr. FCT Minister considers himself too important to meet with us. What do you expect a genuine father to do? A father will say, but I asked you people to go and resolve, and one person, okay, Wike, please come over. PANDEF members are saying, you are not giving them the opportunity to resolve this matter. Why? Do you want crisis? In that instance, if Mr. President just invites him and say, please, I've directed that, instead you are telling the people to go back to meet with the stumbling block, you may issue a statement that Fubara should go and abide by the rule of law. Meanwhile, you have also not spoken to the fact that the first discussions you had with these parties, one, FOBRA has fulfilled all. You talked about withdrawal of cases. You talked about the appointment of commissioners. You talked about presentation of budget. You talked about payment of allowances to assembly members. The governor did all of this. The governor did all of this. Meanwhile, those court cases that were supposed to be withdrawn, the governor withdrew his cases while Wike continued with his own cases. This is, for me, a disrespect to the president. If the president had genuine intentions for peace, he would have considered this as an affront. But he kept quiet. He did not mention anything. Even in this state of emergency address that was delivered, it was totally one-sided. It was all blame on FOBRA. FOBRA has not done this. 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 He did not mention anything. That is not how to be a father. A father, even when you are making a settlement among your children, what is greatest there is reconciliation. And in reconciliation, it is a give and take issue. It's not a one-sided, and that is why Tinubu has displayed one-sidedness. In fact, some of us even think that address was even written by Wike. Of course, at the end of the day, who was appointed sole administrator? A friend of Wike was appointed sole. I'm sure you must have seen the videos all over the world where Wike and the sole administrator so appointed handshake and familiarities and all that. So, of course, you threw one person away, you brought in somebody else from him, and again, you are desperate, so desperate that after the solar listed, because you knew that it was illegal and fraudulent and also wicked, you went about spending money to bribe National Assembly members.
Allegedly.
Spending money to buy, even when, because you've already bought over, yes, allegedly bought a National Assembly. Let me put it this way. It is alleged that they went ahead to bribe National Assembly members and how to make postponement manipulations here and there, and in a situation that does not require voice vote. I can assure you, and Nigerians know this, that if National Assembly members were made to vote one after the other and their votes count, they will have revised it. But the same system applied voice vote, intimidating, dictatorial, manipulative. So if you have an entire system, the president, the executive, the judiciary, right, the National Assembly, all working together to destroy an institution they are supposed to protect, then, like many commentators have said, we are finished as a country. And I think at this point, we need to call on all well-meaning Nigerians to rise up to the occasion. It's not about FOBRA and Wike. It is about Nigeria, survival of Nigerian democracy. Today is Rivers State. Tomorrow it could be Bauchi. Next tomorrow it could be elsewhere. It starts, if we allow this to flow, move on.
All right.
On a daily basis, we'll be having this form of dictatorship. They bring in who they like, they destroy what they like, because if anybody that stands on their path to 2027, they can even remove, they can even kill, they can do whatever, if we remain quiet.
All right, Professor. Very quickly, because we have currently run out of time, let me draw your attention to what His Royal Highness Asari Dokubo alluded to in an interview. He said, and I quote, "Some Ijaw people might decide to act on their own, and that is the most dangerous." What do you make of this statement? And we also know that the PDP governors have actually gone to court. But if all attempts break down, where do you see the Ijaw nation getting respite from, probably from International Criminal Court? What would be the way forward?
Well, the issue is I am the president of Ijaw National Congress. I'm also the sole spokesperson for Congress. So I wouldn't want to comment on what one person has said. I will consider those comments as coming from his own angle, but it is a statement and comment that comes from the Congress that I lead that represents the thoughts and the disposition of the job people. So that is the way I want to put that. But I want to assure you that the INC is not a terrorist organization. We don't even believe in violence. In fact, we are into intellectual militancy. We have left the violent form of militancy. We had from the time I took over as president, we have emphasized engagement, critical engagement, and that is exactly what we are doing. So we don't subscribe to criminality. We don't subscribe to whatever. In fact, you can see that for quite some time now, because we have told Ijaw people that let us do things differently. Let us do things differently, and you can see that they're listening to us. As we speak, we have been coiling so many agitations. We are holding meetings and telling them, look, have confidence in us. We drive this process with the support of other people. So criminality is not part of it. So we are not scared of anybody, because as I said, I'm the spokesperson. The only person that can declare war in a job for a job people is myself. Right?
Thank you so
and I've
much,
not declared
Prof.
war. There's no war anywhere. We are into discussion. We are into dialogue, right? We're into interfacing and all that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Thank you so much. All right, New Day continues with the
Thank you.
discussion
God bless you.
on the coalition
Okay.
of opposition parties in led by Atiku Abubakar. Do stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Thank you for still with us. And still on the issue of the coalition, Atiku announces coalition against Tinubu, which was made at a press conference. He was asked and he answered in the affirmation. Well, joining us via Zoom from Abuja is Mazi Paul Ibe, the media advisor to His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, Vice President of Nigeria, 1999 to 2007. Good morning, Mazi Ibe. Can you hear us clearly? Mazi Ibe, good morning. Kindly unmute yourself if that is the case so that we can have this conversation rolling. All right, it seems as though he's
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The timeout, the short break, we introduced Mazi Paul Ibe, the media advisor to His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, Vice President of Nigeria, 1999 to 2007, and he will be speaking to Atiku's announcement of a coalition against Tinubu. Good morning, Mazi Ibe. Once again, can you hear us clearly? He seems to still be having issues technically from his end. Can you hear us, Mazibe? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, and thank you for having me.
All right, Mazibe. Now let's just delve into the subject matter. Now, Waziri Atiku Abubakar made an affirmation during a press conference in the course of the week, affirming to the fact that there's indeed a coalition ahead of 2027. Now, will we be right to take it that the PDP is the party, opposition party, leading this coalition, and why would that be if that is the case? All right, we'll go for a short break. Stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos? People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV.
Hello?
News in your pocket.
Morning, yeah. How do you?
Your people want.
They're good. And yours?
Oh, them are fine. Don't to the police station now.
How do you come?
Oh, my parents.
Which of them? Okay.
Card deal, I'm married. The thing was in
Okay.
I bank somebody car loan.
Okay.
The person that will in the task and the language. Task and somebody about 10 million.
Thank you for staying with us. We were trying to hook up with Mazi Ibe, Paul Ibe, the media advisor to His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, Vice President of Nigeria 2007, 1999, I beg your pardon, to 2007. Good morning, Mr. Ibe. Are you hearing us clearly now?
Yes, good morning. Thanks for having me. I hope you can hear me now.
Loud and clear. Thank you so much. So before we lost touch, I asked a question and I said, Waziri Atiku Abubakar affirmed to a coalition against Tinubu in a press conference in the course of the week. Now, is it safe to say that the PDP as an opposition party is the party leading this coalition? And if that is the case, why is that?
Let me state clearly and unambiguously, what you have in this coalition are co-equals. They are every member of this coalition, every group, every individual, are bringing, their strengths, into this coalition. So it's a co-equal coalition that we have. And the intent is very clear. It's to redeem, Nigeria. There is no doubt about it, that we are at a crossroads, and we have seen a situation where gangsters, and predators and marauders have taken over the political space. Democracy is at risk, and liberty, freedom are all at risk. So these are men and women, patriots, who are coming together and with one purpose, which is to rescue this country from the clutches of these destroyers of everything that we have challenged in this country.
All right, Mazi, this coalition was coming on the heels of the declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State. Now, do you think this declaration was the last straw for the camel that broke the camel's back, given the fact that some people actually think the coalition is a tad belated? Do you think the declaration of state of emergency was the actual blow that led to this coalition, making them abandon every other, agenda to pose a common front? What are your thoughts?
When you're building a coalition, it's there's a process, involved. It's akin to when you're, when you're marrying. When you want to marry somebody, you have to court the person, and you have to assure the person that I mean, if it's a woman that you, the man, well configured, to taking care of her, to providing for all of her. So there's been a process, has been involved with this coalition. Maybe possibly it's a coincidence of sorts that it's coming to fruition at the time when, the ill-advised, reckless, irresponsible, and very partisan state of emergency in Rivers. Let me tell you one thing. All of what happened in Rivers and all of the other things that have happened with the conscription of our democratic space, with the denial of freedom and liberty to, so many Nigerians. We knew about the case of Dele Farutini and so many others, journalists. All of that are indicators of, the fact that this administration, has been focused on the politics of 2027 instead of, on governance. They have not made much of the mandate that, was given to them May 29th of 2023. And they have dabbled into, politics and trying to see how they can, using the playbook of, the military to arm twist, Rivers and all of that. So it's an ongoing thing. The same thing is also ongoing in Kano. You can see clearly that the objective is to ensure that, they use the instruments of state, the military, the judiciary to be able to achieve, their end, which is at variance, with the interests of Nigeria.
All right. Mazi, you have also alluded to, or rather, let me take it from this point of view. Going by your analogy of a man wooing a woman, it is clear that it is the man that is taking the lead. Are you saying it's PDP that is wooing other parties? And if that is the case, do we see Waziri emerging as the presidential flag bearer of the coalition come 2027?
I don't think, let's not put the cart before the horse. The objective right now is not about, who becomes presidential candidate. It's to be able to build a very, robust, coalition that is big enough to accommodate, the diverse interests, of the different leaders and stakeholders who are coming together. I mean, what is happening as we speak is that Nigeria is on itself as a country and as a people. We are at a point of an emergency. And so it is important that we all come together, to be able to, harmonize, our strength. So it's not about, we can, like I said, you can't put the cart before the horse. It's not about, who emerges as the, the candidate and all of that. That's not the intent, of all of this. It is to redeem Nigeria, like I said. It's not about, sharing of the booties and all of that. No. As we are now, the leaders are working, to ensure that, they have a robust, coalition, strong enough, to be able to, oust, the current incompetent and, clueless, administration. Let's look at what happened in 2023. The APC of, Bola Ahmed Tinubu scored, about 8.79 or thereabout, million votes. The Waziri Adamawa, about 6.9. Peter Obi, His Excellency Peter Obi, at 6.1. If you combine that, the two, major opposition leaders, we are looking at a total of 13 million. If you add to about 1.5 of His Excellency, Rabi Musa Kwakwan, so we're now looking at 14.5 million. And that's, it's a strength, that the coalition, is bringing. The aggregation of all of those, strengths, we'll be able to oust, these, characters who are very preoccupied, in dividing, Nigeria. And that's what they're doing. It's a politics of divide and rule. And it is better for, for us to integrate, our strengths so that it becomes difficult for them to have their way. This is what this is all about.
All right, Mazi, your permutations actually sound good on paper, but the question is, given the recent happenings in Nigeria and in the political space, do you think the coalition is able to woo all these people and bring them to the table to have a common front and to be able to pull the strength that they did in the 2023 elections? Do you think is workable given a lot that has happened in the political space in Nigeria?
Come again, I didn't hear that, please. Take it again.
I said your permutations when you were making your calculations about the strength of the coalition from the 2023 elections. You said that they stand a chance if they can come together, given the numbers they pulled at the last election. Do you think that this is just looks good on paper? Is this something that could be some sort of a reality, given the happenings in the political space in Nigeria between 2023 and now? Is it possible that the coalition can pull all these opposing parties or opposition parties to the table and have a common front?
Listen, let me tell you, on our own part, we had an internal poll. We did internal polling, and it was very clear from the result, from the outcome of that poll, that this was the direction that Nigerians, wanted. And shortly after that election of 2023, His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, having reflected on, what went down, in that election, and I believe the same also happened to other opposition leaders. They were very clear about, the direction to take, and it will be assured if they come, together, and right now, I don't know what you mean by the, the dynamic. The truth of the matter is that the average Nigerian is poorer, can barely provide, for their families. Inflation is at an all-time, high. The prices of, foods and commodities, and these are clear indicators of, where Nigerians are, at this point in time. And I don't want to believe that Nigerians would want to continue, the maintenance of the status quo, of an administration that doesn't know its left from its right, didn't come, prepared, is incompetent, is clueless. All of the policy prescriptions that they have taken, has pauperized our people. And so Nigerians, in their numbers, they cannot wait for the end, of the mandate of the APC administration, and so that they can, do the needful. So, I mean, it's in Nigeria, it should be Nigerians, versus, the APC administration has handed over to them the shortest end of the stick. In nearly 2 years, they have been, running things in our country.
All right, Mazi, do you think that there are some lessons that this current coalition can take or glean from the strategies of the ruling party APC in 2015 when they successfully took over power from the PDP? Are there some strategies? Are there some tips? Are there some, because you did say that there are laid down procedures towards any form of coalition. Are there some lessons they can learn from the APC in 2015 when they took over power from the PDP?
Yes, there are plenty of lessons to be learned. Recall that before the APC came into being, His Excellency former President Muhammad Buhari, who was to say the senior partner, quote and unquote, in terms of the weight of the votes that he had in the bag. 2011, he had 12 million, votes. His undoing was I didn't have the spread, so that was the benefit. That was what the ACN of, Bola Tinubu brought into that, coalition. It gave it, the spread. At the end of the 2015 election, they scored, over 14 million, votes. which meant that if you remove the 12 million, Buhari had, and which was, a constant, in all of his outings, it meant that, what was added, what was new, was about 2 point something, million. And, like I said, more importantly, what the Tinubu's, faction, what the Tinubu's group, brought, to that coalition was the spread, that enabled, Buhari to be president, in 2015. Yes, we are looking at numbers, we are looking at spread, we are looking at possibly, what happened, in 1999 when the PDP came into existence. And so, there was a need to form a pan-Nigerian party, a party that accommodated, diverse interests, which in itself, it's a measure. It brings, it brings unity, it brings stability, into the system. So yeah, there are lessons to be learned, and we are going to use their, what they had used, against the ruling, party then, President Jonathan, against them. So, and some of those people are, who did, the magic, are currently with us.
All right, Mazi. During that press conference, His Excellency P2B was conspicuously absent. Does it point to the fact that Labour Party might not be willing to join this coalition? What are your thoughts?
Who is that? Who was absent?
His Excellency P2B was absent. He wasn't, in the press conference when this conversation went down. Is it an indicator that Labour Party might not be part of this coalition?
No. We overthink some of these things. As a journalist, I also know what it is to cast headlines and all of that. And there is a tendency to think that, it wasn't there and that becomes the story. No, we had already traveled, before, that press conference. And Dr. Yunusa Tanko, who is a strong ally and associate of His Excellency, was seated right there on the right-hand side of His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, representing, Peter Obi. So it's not the only one. There were other leaders who were supposed to be there. Some had traveled to Saudi Arabia for the lesser Hajj. Some were already out of the country. Nobody envisaged that the reckless and irresponsible state of emergency was going to come. What was playing out was the scripts of the Minister of FCT, to have Governor Fubura impeached, and all of the things that happened with the state of declaration were all scripted. It was they were the ones who did the destruction of pipelines because they wanted to create a condition precedent, for the state of declaration. All of that was because what was done.
Is there proof? Is there any proof? Is there any proof to show that they were responsible for the vandalization, or is still an allegation?
They were responsible for it. It's become difficult. It is difficult for for an average man or woman to do what happened in Ogoniland, because that was in Ogoniland, and it's a difficult thing for them to do. Ogoniland is a sacred land, the Ijaw people. So one does not expect that they will do that. So these are, we have seen this kind of flag operations, before, and it was clear. It is very clear that it was, done by, the people who wanted Fubura out of the district, to create a condition precedent, for that.
All right. Do you see any roadblocks against this coalition move, and what would be those roadblocks? Because we've had this conversation where some quarters are thinking that the coalition is a little bit belated. However, do you see any other roadblocks towards a successful coalition given the 2027 elections that are coming up?
I don't understand. Come again, please.
Do you see or envisage any roadblocks towards the coalition that have commenced among the opposition parties? Are there any roadblocks that you foresee? And if there are, could you tell us those roadblocks and some of the mitigation plans that you have? Because some people have actually felt and have said that the coalition is belated and they might not have enough time for a successful coalition. So what is your thought?
Yeah, there will be roadblocks. There have been roadblocks, and there will continue to be roadblocks. Created by the ruling APC administration of Tinubu. They recognize, they know that a formidable coalition, such as are being put together, it will spell good, for them, and they are going to do. They have been doing, and. All of the crisis in the PDP, in the Labour Party, in NNPP, in other opposition parties, are all instigated by the APC administration, because they know that the only way they can have their way in 2027, is to decimate, is to destroy, is to weaken, the opposition. So they will continue to do that. But I'm, the confidence that we have is that the leaders, the major, leaders and actors, in this coalition, they have come to, see, clearly, the intents of these characters, and they are, they are now resolute. They are determined, to break through all of those, obstacles for the good of Nigerians. Because otherwise, if they don't do, what they are working towards, democracy is, the death knell of democracy has been, this thing, and Nigeria, the envisaged prosperity, growth and development, for our country is going to elude us. So clearly, the reason, like I said, why they are doing, what they are doing is to redeem our country, is to save it from, these marauders, these mercantilists. Corruption has never been this, has never been this bad. Dictatorship has never been this bad. Even during the military era, it was not like this. And we're all seeing it play out in real time. It's not just about the leaders of the coalition. It's also about Nigerians joining hands, working together, with them, to oust, these people who do not mean well of our country. They continue to divide us. They continue to weaponize, poverty. They continue to ensure, that all of our liberties, freedoms, are being stripped, away from us. So it is clear, from what they are doing that, their ultimate is a one-party state. A Nigerian that will be probably like, North Korea. That's what they are working towards. It's very clear, and they are not Democrats. They are not Democrats, and there is nothing that they have done, to suggest that the objective of, of this government is to widen, democratic space, is to preserve, freedom, and liberty.
All right, thank you so much, Mazi. Before we let you go, I have one more question for you. Now, you were His Excellency Waziri's Atiku Abubakar's media advisor when he was vice president. Now, could you tell us, in a nutshell, what happened during the state of emergency that was declared during his administration in 2024 in Plateau State, and why he's coming out to condemn the state of emergency in this administration? Some would view him as, being hypocritical. I don't know what your thoughts are, and if he is the face of this coalition, wouldn't it be some sort of a roadblock to, having people win other political parties to his side?
Oh my God, I didn't hear that, please. Sorry.
I said you were the media advisor to Waziri Atiku Abubakar when he was vice president in 1999 to 2007. And in 2004, there was a state of emergency that was during his administration on Plateau State. Now he's coming out now to condemn another state of emergency, of course, in Rivers State in this administration. Some would view him has been hypocritical in his approach. And if he indeed is the face of this coalition, wouldn't it be some sort of a roadblock when people view him as, not being, trying to be hypocritical and cause a roadblock for, a successful coalition? What are your thoughts?
Yes, I'm happy you did say that Atiku was vice president. Atiku was not the president. He did not wield executive power. As a vice president, probably offer, his counsel and advice. It's up to the president to accept, or reject it. But we also, research we showed, that after that, the matter went to court, and the court, affirmed that, what was done in terms of the removal of the governor was illegal. Perhaps that was what informed President Jonathan when he also, declared a state of emergency in 3 states in the aftermath of the Boko Haram, insurgency of Adamawa and 2 other states. And the governors were not removed. The lawmakers were not removed. I want to believe that it was in tandem, with, the Supreme Court, verdict, that said clearly that what was done there, was illegal. Governance is a continuum, and so I think it would be responsible of this administration to want to take a cue from what Obasanjo did. I think the most recent, which was the Jonathan administration, would be a better benchmark, for them to use instead of having a recourse to the Obasanjo, administration. So we have moved from Obasanjo administration to Jonathan administration. And during that administration, like I said, governors and lawmakers, were not, removed in the aftermath of the state of declaration, in those states.
All right, thank you so much, Mazi Ibe, for your insights in this subject matter.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay. Thank you so much for being here. Still, we want to hear from you, so invite you go on over to our social media platforms at Signature TV Official on YouTube, on Facebook, on TikTok, on Instagram. Go like, comment, share. We really want to hear your thoughts on this. All right, don't go anywhere. We'll go on a short break. We'll come back and complete our retrospect rundown. Stay with us. Our retrospect rundown, where we highlight interesting and important conversations in the course of the week. On Thursday, we talked about the state of emergency still in Rivers State and its legal implications. Barrister Chukwunonso Ogbe, a legal practitioner, who was with us to lend his view. Listen to him.
My opinion, I think the president erred by declaring a state of emergency in Rivers State. I also believe that the line of action that Mr. President took has to do with the projection of his political interest, as opposed to carrying into force the provisions of the law, as far as issues bordering on the declaration of a state of emergency is concerned, when we appraise holistically the provisions of Section 305 of the Nigerian Constitution. Furthermore, I am also not surprised that the AGF, the Honorable AGF, has lend credence to what Mr. President did. After all, the AGF is an appointee of Mr. President. Admittedly, an Attorney General, despite being a political appointee, as obtains in our claim, pursuant to the provisions of our Constitution, is, as I said, is to be an appointee of the government. Yet, the Attorney General of the Federation is supposed to be the chief law officer, who is expected to act dispassionately as far as issues bordering on law is concerned in the country. Having said that, in my opinion, I think the AGF, the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation, may not have acted in good faith, if I should use that expression, by asserting that what Mr. President did is in order. Honestly, I never saw what happened in River State coming, because most of us know, as a matter of fact, that it was the impeachment idea that was being mulled by the camp loyal to the FCT minister, only for Mr. President to emerge from nowhere to declare a state of emergency. Section 305 of the Nigerian Constitution is clear as to the situations that will arise that will enable the president of a country to declare a state of emergency. Most importantly, there is no express provision of the law which stipulates that if a state of emergency is declared in a given state, then that democratic institutions must be suspended. It's a controversial area in law. I know as a fact that when Goodluck Jonathan was the president of the country, he declared a state of emergency in some northeast states in Nigeria, which were then ravaged by the Boko Haram menace. Yet the governors of those states, they were left to remain in office as democratically elected political office holders. But in the case of River State, we have seen something different, something akin to what former President Obasanjo did when he was the president. I know as a fact that the Supreme Court before now has held that, you know, the declaration of a state of emergency does not empower or does not give room for the removal of a democratically elected government. Nevertheless, I also know as a fact that there is a Court of Appeal decision. Of course, the decision of the Supreme Court overrides that of the Court of Appeal. But there's a Court of Appeal decision, in the case of Eze, against the governor of Abia State. I think that should be a 2015 decision, but it was delivered by the Court of Appeal. In that case, the Court of Appeal made a statement in passing, what we refer to in law as obiter dictum, a comment made in passing, to the effect that as far as issues bordering on local government system of government is concerned, which by virtue of Section 7, subsection 1, is to be administered in accordance with democratic norms, that democratically elected local government chairmen cannot be removed at the whims and caprices of any state governor. That it's only when there is a state of emergency that democratically elected local government chairmen could be removed. So applying the same line of logic to what is playing out, I think that those who may be tempted to argue that a democratically elected governor could be removed if there is a state of emergency, they may rely on the obiter dictum of the Court of Appeal made in that regard. Because a state of emergency envisages that there must be a breakdown of law and order to a great extent, or imminent danger of breakdown of law and order, or that Nigeria is at war, or that there's immediate danger of war. If you take a look at the various circumstances enumerated under Section 305 of the Nigerian Constitution, it will become clear the circumstances in which a state of emergency could be declared. Now, for you, I believe, if I should apply logic as a lawyer, for a governor of a state to fall victim to an emergency declaration, there should be evidence of either implied or even express support by the governor of the state in the act complained of. So if you are saying that there is a case of breakdown of law and order, or that there is threat to attack the oil facilities in River State, the question that should be asked is this: did the governor directly or indirectly support that particular line of action? That he kept mum is immaterial, because that's one of the issues Mr. President raised.
All right, and finally on Friday, Nigeria's Super Eagles World Cup qualifier matches. Our guest was Tony Ademodi, sports analyst and journalist. Do take a listen.
We're talking about the FIFA World Cup qualifier here, where the Super Eagles of Nigeria are walking on a very tight rope heading into today's game. If you look at the table as regards that qualifying series, you would see that Nigeria have got just 5 points, 5 points from the games they've played. They sit almost second to bottom of the table. What it means is that Nigeria would have to win all their remaining games. They've got 6 games to go if really they will stand the chance of playing at the FIFA World Cup in next year. But against the Rwandese team, it's going to be a tough one. But let's not forget that the same Rwandan team actually came to Nigeria here, some months ago and got a victory over the Super Eagles of Nigeria. That game was played at the Nest of Champions in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State. So going back to that fixture that will be played at 5 p.m. this evening, the spirit in camp is really high. Feelers from the Kigali Stadium and, of course, what's happening around the Super Eagles camp in Kigali is suggesting that the players are ready. They know the importance of this very important game. Anything short of a victory today would only make it more difficult for the Eagles to qualify. Let's also remember that the other 4 games we played before now, the Eagles were not too spectacular. We had our destiny in our hands. We should have done better. But football being what it is, sometimes when you don't come up, with a good game plan, definitely your opponents will take advantage and get the result. And I think that is what the likes of Rwanda and Co have done. Benin Republic as well. You can see where they are as far as that, our standing is concerned. So for me, it's going to be a very tight game today. But I think if you look at the playing personnel, Nigeria have got the array of players we've got individually. I think we have a crop of, wonderful players individually. But then the question is, as a team, can they come together and replicate what these players have been doing with their respective clubs right there in Europe? More so that this will be the first game for new Super Eagles coach Eric Schell, the Malian the French Malian who was appointed as the new gaffer for the Super Eagles by the Nigerian Football Federation only some months ago. I think he's under so much pressure, to deliver the goods for Nigeria. Some people have asked, could this be the best time for the man to have taken up the job? Yes, it is a very, very tough job. Being the coach of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, Nigerians love football so well. They love the beautiful game. And everybody wants to see the Super Eagles at the World Cup. More so that we missed the last edition of the FIFA World Cup that was held in Qatar in 2022. It puts more pressure on, the players to ensure that they will be in Canada, USA, and Mexico in the year 2026. So I'm sure Nigerians still remember that night. When we played against the Black Stars of Ghana in Abuja, that we couldn't win and get the Black Stars of Ghana, qualified for the World Cup in 2022 ahead of Nigeria. The question is, can Nigeria qualify for the FIFA World Cup next year? Charles, is a very difficult one at this point, but as a football fan, I'm sure as a journalist as well, we can only hope and pray that the Eagles will get a good result today. It's going to be a very, strong lineup for the very first time in a long time. That the camp was opened on Sunday, and as at Tuesday, we had almost a full camp. By Wednesday, the camp was filled with the 23 players invited by Super Eagles coach Eric Schell. So it means that the players themselves, they know what is at stake. They understand the feeling. They know that this might be maybe their last opportunity of playing at the FIFA World Cup. So players who have missed the last edition in Qatar would love to be, in the next FIFA World Cup that will be co-hosted by Canada, USA, and Mexico. So for me, I think it boils down to the players. They know the importance of this game. They know that if they don't take advantage of this moment, they might not, have that shot at the World Cup again. A bulk of the players are aging. Let's not forget that the FIFA World Cup is a competition organized every 4 years. So what it means is that if you miss this edition, you never can tell what's going to happen. The next FIFA World Cup will be hosted in the year 2030. So how many of these players currently the Super Eagles team will be very active if they miss out on this World Cup by the year 2030. So for me, the players understand it, but I think what Nigerians want to see is that Nigerians want to see that the Eagles can find a way of qualification. But Charles, if you ask me, the Eagles are walking on a tightrope. Can they get 18 points out of the remaining 6 games? That is a big question.
And on that note, we have come to the end of our weekend show this morning, and thank you for staying true and staying with us till this point. I know we promised to keep you informed and inspired, and we have kept to our side of that promise. So Go on and make the most of your day. I'm your host, as always, Chigichi Agorom. And from all of us from Signature TV and ENUGU Studios, it is goodbye for now.